To one and all, l'chaim, 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 v'levracha, l'chaim. Those who didn't wash are welcome to go wash for the Suda of Malava Malka, Suda of David Malka Mashiach, and the Suda of Yitas Kislev. There's a few sinks close by. Feel free to wash, and welcome everybody. L'chaim, 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 v'levracha, l'chaim. I just want to thank the Shul, Beis Medrash Erechaim, for putting together such a beautiful, splendid Suda and Malava Malka and Farbrengen. Especially I want to thank my dear friends Rabbi and Heather Shiner, the founders and leaders of the Shul. La'arichis Yamim V'Shanam Taivis, may Hashem bless them b'chol milah d'meitav. And my colleague, the Rav, Harav Daniel Korn Shlita, and the Rosh HaKollel, Harav Nachum Shiner Shlita, and all the staff and leaders of the Shul who put this together, and all of the other incredible programs, and learning and davening and Gemilas Chasadim, Torah Avodah Gemilas Chasadim on a daily basis. Thank you very, very much. I also want to thank and a special gratitude to dear friends David and Ida Schattenstein for being gracious benefactors and sponsors of this Farbrengen, which is also being broadcast the world over. And the Schattensteins dedicated in tribute to our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael who we stand together with, and in tribute to all of our revered soldiers fighting on the front lines, the enemy, and in tribute to all of the hostages who were kidnapped. Hashem Yishmor Tzeisam Uvaya Me'atav Adoyla, may Hashem protect them all, bring them home safely, and in tribute to all of our brothers and sisters in the Holy Land and to the entire Jewish nation. Amen. Thank you very, very much. I also want to thank Reb Nachum Litkowski for dedicating an honor to his father's yahrzeit on Yitas Kislev. Reb Shimon ben Rabbi Yisrael Litkowski, one of the Chassidim of Samarkand, who passed away on Yitas Kislev. Tehei Nishmasei Tzruda B'tzrer HaChayim. Amen. Sometimes a person can ask, what's the justification to make a big Farbrengen with music and food and Yayin Yoshan and splendid Begashmias and Beruchnias when the Jewish people are in the middle of a war? It's a good question. The Hamas, Nazis, Yamach Shemam, declared the war on Simchas Torah. This wasn't a coincidence, obviously. What they wanted to destroy was the Jewish body, Jewish bodies, and of course they wanted to destroy Simchas Torah. They wanted to destroy the joy of the Jewish people. They wanted to destroy the body and the morale. And that's why an important part of victory is to increase the Simchas Torah, to elevate the morale of the Jewish people, for the Jewish people to be more empowered, more focused, more resilient, and more joyous than ever. Our joy doesn't come in spite of the pain. It doesn't come because we ignore the reality and we're living somewhere on an island. Chas v'shalom. As everybody knows, the Jewish people are one, and if anybody doubted it, Simchas Torah dispelled all doubts that the Jewish people are one. When it says in Tanya, chapter 32, the Baal Hagula writes that all the Jewish people are one soul, literally, that are manifested in different bodies. So that means you and I have one neshama mamish. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Hamasniks, because they don't distinguish. A Jew is a Jew is a Jew. So the Jewish people are one. And in such a moment when the Jewish people need the most simcha, the most power, and the most empowerment, we come together tonight to stand with our brothers and sisters everywhere in the world, especially in Eretz Yisrael, and rededicate ourselves to a much deeper and more pure dimension of our own Jewishness, which was the whole idea of Chassidus that the Alter Rebbe and the Maggid of Mezrich, whose yahrzeit is today, and the Alter Rebbe, the Baal HaTanya's Chag HaGula is today, came to articulate. Today we need to be more Jewish than ever, more united than ever, more empowered than ever, more resilient than ever, and with more resolve and faith and fortitude and strength, chazak, chazak, v'nis chazek, more powerful than ever. Precisely as we face such adversity, which only feeds off Jewish weakness and Jewish self-hate and the Jewish inferiority complex and Jews not sure who they are and what belongs to them and what doesn't belong to them. At such a moment, we need all the deepest and most authentic empowerment that comes from the deepest mayonis, from the deepest wellsprings in the collective consciousness of Knesset Yisrael and in the individual soul of every Jew. Everybody knows the Geula, the redemption of the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, the founder of Chabad Chassidus, was on Yutes Kislev Tovkuf Nun Tes. I don't know if everybody knows, but now you know. You'll be tested afterwards for the date. Tovkuf Nun Tes is 1798. That's 225 years ago. 225 years ago, Tovkuf Nun Tes, the Tovshin Pei Dalet, is 225 years, if I got my math correctly, I believe. The Chag HaGeula was also the yahrzeit of the Maggid of Mizrich, Yutes Kislev, who was his Rebbe, the successor of the Baal Shem Tov, Rabbeinu Dov Ber, passed away Yutes Kislev, Tovkuf Lamed Gimel, 1772. Before his Ptira, he turned to the Alter Rebbe, a student, and he said, Zalman, Yutes Kislev is unser Yom Hilula. Yutes Kislev is our anniversary of celebration, our wedding. He passed away Yutes Kislev, and years later, Tovkuf Nun Tes was the Geula of Yutes Kislev. In a letter that the Baal HaTanya wrote afterwards to two people, Reb Baruch of Mezhebush, whose yahrzeit is Yudches Kislev. You're going to remember everything. Reb Baruch of Mezhebush, he's the grandson of the Baal Shem Tov. His mother was Adel, the daughter of the Baal Shem Tov. Reb Baruch of Mezhebush. It's not much interesting anecdote. Reb Baruch of Mezhebush was a little child. So he had brilliant kishroiners. They saw right away that he's way ahead of his age. So they got a good teacher for him to teach him. He was a little kid, so he said, we're going to learn Maseches Baba Kama. So he opens it up to Dav Beis. Arba, Vis Nezikin, everybody, some people here are learning Baba Kama, so you remember, I hope you still remember Dav Beis, yeah? Arba, Vis Nezikin, Hashoy, Va'aboy, Va'amava, Va'ahever, yeah? Lo Yarezeh, Karezeh. So he turns to the teacher and he says, why Dav Beis, why not Dav Aleph? Why'd you start from page 2? Not supposed to start a book from page 2. Supposed to start from page 1. No, Gemara starts from page 2, not from page 1. All Gemara starts Dav Beis Amud Aleph. So he's going to argue with a child. Okay, you want to start page 1? Go to page 1. You're not going to see anything. Starts page 1. He says, read. It says, Masechta Baba Kama. He says, that's it. And then it's a list of Mefarshim. So he says, Baba Kama. Read Baba Kama. He says, I read Baba Kama. So he says, no, you don't see the acronym. Baruch ben Adul Kodesh mi beten imoy. Baba Kama. Baruch ben Adul Kodesh mi beten imoy. Baruch, the son of Adul, holy from the womb of his mother. So his mother was a daughter of the Baal Shem Tov. His yahrzeit is Yudches Kislev. The yahrzeit of the Maggid is Yutes Kislev, and the Chag HaGeula is also Yutes Kislev. So there's a letter that Alter Rebbe wrote to the Baruch of Mezhebush and to the Levi Yitzchak of Berditchev, who was of course a very close friend of his. And everybody understands the reason he was put into prison wasn't because of some personal issue. It was a declaration of it was an attempt to completely cut down the whole movement that the Baal Shem Tov and the Maggid and the Alter Rebbe introduced into the world, the revelation of Pnimiyus HaTorah, the revelation of Torah Chassidus. So the Geula of Yutes Kislev was essentially a redemption, a Geula of Chassidus. And as the Rabbeim used to explain, that the Kitrug down here, the darkness down here, was a result of a Kitrug in heaven. It was a result of the fact that in heaven there was an opposition. So the Geula wasn't only a story that happened on earth, it's a story that happened in heaven, and like everything, earth is a mirror of heaven. So in heaven there was a whole new endorsement that as the darkness of Galus deepened, and we need new tools to be able to truly connect and fulfill our mission in the world. So the deepest dimension of Yiddishkeit, Torah Chassidus, emerged in its full glory. Also, as the generations come closer to the Geula, so the beginning, Tayameh Chayim Zachu. The Magen Avram brings in Shulchan Aruch and Hilchos Shabbos and Shulchan Aruch Harav that Erev Shabbos, it's a mitzvah to taste from the dishes of Shabbos. Tayameh Chayim Zachu. Since we are the Friday of history, the 6th millennium, the Ramban says, is the Friday of Jewish history. Erev Shabbos, you taste from the Shabbos dishes. What's the Torah of Mashiach? Rashi says in the beginning of Shir Hashirim, the Torah of Mashiach is the Pnimiyus HaTorah, the deepest core of divinity, the Elikus. The Pnimi is the depth of Torah. So the taste of it was given out of Shabbos. So the redemption of Yutas Kislev was a watershed moment in Jewish history and in the preparation of Galus to Gula. So the Alter Rebbe in the letter to Rabbi Yitzchak of Bardichim and Baruch Mezherbur says something fascinating. He says he was in prison. He was in prison for 53 days. 53 days. Nun Gimel. They said it was the 53 chapters of Tanya. Connected the 53 Parshi. Tanya was published 2 years earlier. So in the schus of the 53 chapters, he was in prison 53 days and he came out. Now this was a capital, he was brought in for a capital crime. It wasn't a simple imprisonment. He thought he's not going to, he was worried he won't come out in the beginning. So what happened was, he wrote in the letter that he was saying Tehillim in his cell. And it was a Tuesday. Yutas Kislev was a Tuesday. There's Tehillim the way it's divided by the month, and there's Tehillim the way it's divided by the week. You know, Tehillim l'yom rishon, yom sheni. In prison, he was saying Tehillim the way it was divided for the week. So on Tuesday, you say Kapitel Nun Hey. L'yom shlishi. So he said he was in the middle of saying Kapitel Nun Hey. He said, and I said the pasuk, Pada b'shalom nafshi mikravli, ki b'rabim hayu imadi. Hashem redeemed my soul in peace from those who declared war against me. Ki b'rabim hayu imadi. The multitudes, the rabbim, the multitudes of Klal Yisrael supported me. This David HaMelech said about the war that he had against Avshalom, his own son who rebelled against him. So this was a war in the family. This wasn't a war from the outside. It was a war in the family. Those are the worst wars. The war from within. It says in Yerushalmi, what's Pshat Ki b'rabim hayu imadi? So Talmud Yerushalmi says that even the people of Avshalom, secretly they prayed that David should win. They couldn't say it in the open, because they were people of Avshalom. But secretly, they all prayed that David HaMelech should win. So David said, Ki b'rabim hayu imadi. So the Alter Rebbe says, I finished saying the pasuk, Koidem she'ischalti pasuk shel ha'acharav. Before I had a chance to begin the next pasuk, they came in and they took him out. Yotzasi b'shalom, me Hashem shalom. This is a time that Klal Yisrael is looking for Pada b'shalom nafshi to be redeemed. First of all the hostages and the captives, Pada b'shalom nafshi, and all of the soldiers who are in the front lines, and the Jewish people who are in a state of such distress. And we pray and we cry that to be Pada b'shalom nafshi mikravli ki b'rabim hayu imadi. So the Chag HaGeula of Yutas Kislev should trigger and arouse within each of us to be able to find the Geula, to be able to find the energy of redemption consciousness, which means the light of Geula, the light of infinity, the light of unity, and the power of love that we have with each other and we have with the truth, with Hashem. To be able, everyone, to redeem ourselves. Like the Gemara says in Brachas, on the Pasuk Pada b'shalom nafshi, Kol ha'osek b'Torah, u'b'gemilas chasadim, u'mispalel l'matzibur, Maila ani keilu b'da'ani liu l'banim ebeinu misaylam. On this Pasuk, the Gemara says, Hashem says, a Jew who davens with a tzibur. And as Chassidus teaches, a tzibur doesn't only mean that Tzemach Tzedek had a son, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak of Avruch. So he used to daven very, very long. When he got married, his Shver made a deal that he should show up every day in the minyan. So he said, yeah. So the first day he was there and he wasn't there. So he says, I told you, you said you're going to daven b'tzibur. He says, I daven b'tzibur. He says, why weren't you there? He says, it takes me time to get to the tzibur. He says, what does it take time? The minyan is there. He says, for me, tzibur means I have to daven with all my esser koiches hanefesh. I have to bring together all the 10 faculties of my soul into davening. So it's not just the tzibur outside, it's a tzibur inside. And then there's an oisik b'Torah and b'gemilas chasadim, so you redeemed me and my children from the Ummah Soilum. That's the Pada b'shalom nafshi in a personal way. That we redeem our souls from the jails we're in. And we should see the Pada b'shalom nafshi of the Jewish people and of the world take it from a yad mamish. Already in that generation, or a few years later, the Chassidim composed a nigun on Pada b'shalom nafshi, of course. Once the Alter Rebbe said this, that this was the pasuk. So let's begin with the nigun Pada. Let's sing the nigun Pada b'shalom nafshi. Those who know it, sing along. Those who don't know it, you can open up a Tehillim Kapitel Nun Hey. It's the second half of Kapitel Nun Hey. So you'll see all the words. It's a It's a Gevaldik Nigun that was already composed in the generation of the Alter Rebbe. sometimes you could read something, learn something for many, many years, but it remains it could remain abstract. And then there comes a moment in life where the veils are removed and the doors of perception are cleansed and the hallucinations are gone and the fantasies are obliterated and the blockages are eliminated, and suddenly that truth appears in its full power and potency. One of the most fundamental ideas in the Tanya of the Baal HaGeula, of the Alter Rebbe, the Rav, the Baal HaTanya, and the Baal Shulchan Aruch Rav. And it's really one of the most fundamental ideas in all of the teachings of Chassidus, from the school of the Baal Shem Tov and the Maggid and all of their students throughout all the generations and dynasties, is that the relationship between a Jew and Yiddishkeit and between a Jew and Hashem is not something that is superimposed. In other words, it's a set of laws, and if you follow the laws, you're doing the right thing, and if not, you're doing the wrong thing, with all of the consequences for good or not, chas v'shalom. But rather, the relationship is organic, it's essential, it's intrinsic. In Tanya Perek Yud Ches, in the 18th and 19th chapter of Tanya, for example, the Rebbe explains 2 chapters he dedicates to it, that emunah is not something you believe as an act. I'm deciding to believe. It's the state of the Jew, like the color of a Jewish soul. I can't change the color of my eye. I mean, the color of your eye is the color of your eye. Your DNA is your DNA. The DNA of the Jewish soul is, in his language, that Chachma shebenefesh, the Chachma on the soul, the Ein Sof, the presence of the Ein Sof, of the Infinite One, dwells there. That's the core of the Jewish identity. That's the state of the Jewish soul. But as he says, there can be klippas, there can be layers and blockages that block it, and the person himself or herself doesn't even know who they are in their deepest, deepest self. Not because it could be not because they don't want to, malicious, but sometimes a person is alienated from their own deepest core. And then the Alter Rebbe says there comes a moment in life, he calls it a nisayon, a test that affects life, that touches a person at the core, where life and death is at stake. And at this point, the stakes are too high, and the situation is too serious for a person to be able to fool themselves, for a person to be able to live in illusions. Everything is on the line. And then he says, suddenly at that moment, he uses the word Vayikatz Kiyoshin Hashem. The God inside of them wakes up. It was always there, but it was asleep. What's pshat asleep? Asleep means you couldn't hear it, you couldn't sense it. Vayikatz Kiyoshin Hashem. And he says, and when it comes out, he says, all the klippas melt away. Kihim is doinek mipneyesh, like wax in a frying pan. You ever saw? You put in butter in a frying pan, yeah? Just melts and melts. It's all gone. All the blockages and layers, it just disappears in a moment. And what comes out is the truth of what a Jew is. The truth. And what's the truth? That Yisrael Eiraisa v'Kutchabrichu kul echad. The truth of the Jewish soul is that he or she is always one, in an eternal and intrinsic connection, the deepest type of dveikus, with truth, with the core of all existence, with the source of all existence, which is Ein Sof, the infinite truth at the core of all existence. And that becomes more important than everything. Why is it more important than everything? Because that's who the person is. That's who the person really is. This connection is who the person is. That's what he explains in Tanya at length. He dedicates 2 chapters for this. And he says, you saw it throughout all of Jewish history at moments of truth, he says. That even a Kalsha B'Kalam, even those you called lightheaded, and he's usually writing in the 1700s, they're lightheaded and indifferent and apathetic, it was all until that moment. And suddenly at that moment, you saw there was absolutely no difference between the Kavayachal, the holiest, and the one on the other extreme. I grew up with this chapter in Tanya, I knew it well, I taught it for many years, and I said it over. But there is what you call knowledge in the brain, and then there's what's called visceral knowledge. Visceral experience. I have no better and no more adequate way to describe what we've seen among the Jewish people since Simchas Torah this year, October 7th, 2023. Simchas Torah, Shmini Atzeres, Simchas Torah, Tov Pei Dalet, than this description in Tanya. And the proof where you see it is in all the Jews who created in their own minds a home for themselves in a new ideology that was very alien from Judaism. They thought that they have a new home, they have a new nest in whether it's humanitarian movements, radical left movements, which seemed very, very progressive and peaceful and humanitarian and sensitive. And Jews felt, the memories of their traumatized grandparents from the Holocaust were gone. And now there's a new world order where Jews are accepted as part of the nations. And assimilation did us very, very well. Yeah, you can eat latkes on Chanukah if you want. If you don't want, fine, we don't mind. Fine. If you want to even eat Maneshevet's matzah on Pesach, but generally, in terms of an identity, I saw a Jew in Israel. He's a screenwriter. His name is Omer Barak. So he wrote a post. He said, I grew up in a home in Israel where there was contempt for Judaism. There was contempt for it. So he travels around the world. He's a very successful fellow. He's a screenwriter. He's an author. He's a journalist. And he says, wherever I traveled, if they asked me I'm Jewish, I said, I was born Jewish. Ethnically, I come from the Jewish people. Who am I? I'm an Israeli, and I'm a human being. I'm part of the world. I'm part of the family of nations. He said, because I was embarrassed to say otherwise. He says, this is the first time in my life that I see, first of all, that it's not true. I'm a Jew. And second of all, I'm not embarrassed anymore. I'm not embarrassed anymore. He wrote this a few weeks ago. He says, so what's the first thing I did? I took my kids. It was Friday. We decided to light Shabbos candles. But he never lit Shabbos candles in his life. So what do you do? So he said, I made the Chanukah blessing. And then he wrote, Sheyiyeh. He made the Chanukah. He knew Chanukah was part of the tradition. They lighted, so he made the Chanukah. So Chabad Shliach once told me, you told them, in honor of your, I love you so much, I decided to be a Jew. I decided to put on tefillin on Shabbos. Every Shabbos he puts on tefillin. So he made the Chanukah blessings on the candles. You see, you see on the way the Jewish people from all corners of the world, even the most assimilated and secular, were touched to their core. Why? Because what they saw in Simchas Torah Tov Pei Dalet, what they saw something they didn't know was inside of them. There are intermarried couples now going through a crisis. A Yid says his wife is not Jewish, and she says, you're an American. What do you care so much about Israel? It's not your relatives. Your relatives didn't live, not in Be'eri, most Jews didn't know the names, not Be'eri, and not Kfar Aza, not Reim, and not Ofakim, and barely Sderot. They didn't even know these names, and Kibbutz near Yitzchak and near Oz. Who knew these names? It's not your relatives, it's not far relatives, it's not friends, it's not business associates. Why are you so shaken up? You live in America, in a beautiful country. His wife doesn't understand. She's a fine person, but she doesn't understand. Go explain to her why Jews are shaken up. Suddenly Jews realized, who am I? I live thousands of miles away. Why am I crying like a baby? Why can't I sleep at night? What do I have with these people? They felt that the daggers of Hamas, Yimach Shemam, went into them emotionally. Why? And suddenly it revealed, maybe I didn't know who I was. Suddenly people start feeling a different heartbeat. So a different heart is beating. Yes, it's called Yechidah Shebenefesh. In Tanya it's called Chachma Shebenefesh. Ein Seif, that's what it is. And on that level, all Jews are one. Even though we're different and we disagree, and we're going to continue to disagree. But that's not Negeya. A husband and a wife don't have to agree on everything to be one. They have to love each other and trust each other. They don't have to agree. Jews never have to agree. Every page in Gemara there's more disagreements. Can't be Jewish if we agree. The first mission in Brachas. Till when? Right away an argument. The first Mishnah they can't even agree. The night of the Sheva Brachas, the night of the Chuppah. The first Mishnah, for heaven's sake, wait till the fight till after Sheva Brachas. No, no, no. But what's the end of the whole Mishnayos? Hashem ha'izlam yitin, Hashem yavarech es amir v'shalom. It starts with a mem, me'emasai, and it ends with a mem, b'shalom. Starts with a mem, ends with a mem. Because machlokes in Shas is not the opposite of shalom. Disagreements don't mean we don't, on the contrary. We embrace disagreements because it allows me to connect to you and you to connect to me. If we never disagree, we only could be connected by things we agree on, then I never connect to you and you never connect to me. We only connect on in those parts where we agree. It's only when we embrace our differences that we allow each other to be extricated from solitariness. You understand what I'm saying? The only way you could be redeemed from loneliness is when you actually, somebody else disagrees with you and they could create space for you. So the whole Shas is filled with machlokes. Beishamai, Beis Rebbe Lezer, Rebbe Gamliel, Chacham, Rebbe Akiva, Rebbe Shimon, Rav Shmuel, Abaye, Rav, Rebbe Yochanan, Rish Lakish, Rabbiner, Rebbe Ashi, Rebbe Nachman, Rebbe Yosef. It doesn't stop. But they were there for each other. They trusted each other. They loved each other. When that part of the Jew comes out, you see oneness. Because the oneness is true. It's authentic. Everything else is a joke. It was always cliche, the Jewish people are one. Yeah, it says in Tanya, all Jews are one soul. Pseudo, the Baal Tanya believed it. But practically, you took my money. It says in Yerushalmi, Masechta Nedarim, that one Jew harms another Jew. It's like one arm harming another arm. This arm made a mistake. Yeah, I put my hand on the stove, so the other arm gets upset, so he starts beating this arm. Who is he beating? He's beating himself. That's what it says in Yerushalmi. So Yerushalmi, Masechta Nedarim. But today you see it viscerally. You see it viscerally. Jew sees a hostage come home and he embraces his father and mother and people are sobbing. This dimension came out. Suddenly Jews started to feel a different aspect of themselves. Who am I? So who am I in peaceful times? The challenge is when peace comes, we often become complacent and smug. You don't realize who you are because you could live superficially. The Nekuda of Chassidus, the Nekuda of Tanya, the Nekuda of the Alter Rebbe was to never live superficially, to always live with Pnimiyus HaNefesh, to always live in a space of infinity, to always live with your deepest self, because that's the only real way to have peace. The only way to have peace is when you don't have cognitive dissonance, you don't have emotional dissonance. I just made up a new word. Sorry. Whoever made up cognitive dissonance, it was a Jewish guy. His name was Festinger in 1958. Okay, so YYJ made up another word in 2023. You know, Webster says that the most common word used this year was authenticity. You know why? The world became such a lie. Everyone is looking for authenticity. So even Mr. Webster, so Lahaben Alichtika, whatever, says the most common word this year, 2023, is authenticity. It's interesting. The Olam Zucht Emes. Times of crisis have the blessing, with all the pain, that they create clarity. Who's who? Who's who? This is light and this is darkness. This is light and this is darkness. Now you have to choose where you're going to go. But it's not anymore, there's no confusion. Jews are confused. They thought all the humanitarian organizations are going to come and protest. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't have to be a tzaddik like Avram Avinu. You don't have to be a Martin Luther King Jr. or some other hero to condemn people burning children alive. It doesn't take rocket science. You can't condemn them. What did this show people? This showed people that Am Levadad Yishkain, when Bilam said the Jewish people Levadad Yishkain, it was the most acute prophetic truth about Jewish history till Tovshin Pei Dalet. And the Jews didn't see it as a curse, they saw it as a blessing. The reason Hein Am Levadad Yishkin is because the Jewish people embody infinite goodness. So we are the miners' canaries of history. You're familiar with the canary birds? The miners, before they go down to the mining, they send down canary birds. So if there's noxious fumes, the canary birds won't come back. And they know, don't go here. They're the miners' canaries of history are the Jewish people. It's a fascinating story. There was a woman who came out from captivity. Her name is Yocheved Lipschitz. 85-year-old woman who was kidnapped. 85-year-old woman. You may know that many Jews living in the kibbutzim on the south of Israel, many of them were completely dedicated to peace. They made mutual schools and camps with children of Gaza. In fact, there was a woman there who would send toys. She had an Arab worker who came from Gaza, and she sent with him constantly toys back for his children in Gaza and other children. Turned out that this guy is the one who made the map of the kibbutzim, so the Hamas terrorists would know exactly where to go. This Yocheved Lipschitz and others were always dedicated for peace and reconciliation and dignity. They would take sick patients from Gaza to Israeli hospitals. I don't know if you know, but that day they had planned a kite. A few years ago, the terrorists in Gaza, with kites, they sent fire bombs into the border of Israel. So the Jews, who were very, very promoting reconciliation, would dedicate one day where they would send kites with messages of love. And Simchas Torah was that day. Yocheved Lipschitz was very, very involved in this type of mutual coexistence and acceptance, etc. Who came to visit her in one of the tunnels? The head of Hamas and the strategist behind the attacks. Sinwar, Yahweh Sinwar, Yamach Shemai V'Zichrei, the head of Hamas. He came to visit her in the tunnels. So she said this. She said this openly, just this past week. So she said, I spoke to him, the head of Hamas. And I said, you're not embarrassed with yourself? We are the peace lovers. We're the ones who dedicated our lives to make peace with you. We're the ones who believed in your dignity, who believed that we want you to have dignity and have a beautiful life. We're those ones. Us you kill, us you kidnap. That's what she tells him. She had a taina. She said he didn't answer. He didn't answer. So somebody, a friend of mine, shares with me, he says, imagine a Jewish woman turning to Hitler in 1944. So I don't understand. I intermarried. I was a German scientist. I was more German than most Germans. I knew Goethe better than Germans and Schiller better than Germans. I knew the philosophers better and the poets and the musicians. I was more German than Germans. I was an integrated person. And what would he answer? I see you as a Jew. For me, the Jew with the Streimel, and the Jew with the yarmulke, and the Jew without the yarmulke, I see you as a Jew. Hamas didn't distinguish. You could tell me you're left-wing, you're atheist, you're 100 times atheist, you're more atheist than any other atheist. What I see is a Jew. And that's why the hatred to a baby and to an activist is the same hatred. Because the Yechidische Benefesh, the holiness, is embedded in every single Jew. I have a friend in Eretz Rabbi Yedidei Meir. He's a writer. So he wrote something beautiful. He says the famous Medrash, the Psikta, that the Lubavitcher Rebbe made famous in Tovshin Nun 1990 before the first Gulf War, the famous Medrash from Yalkut Shimoini. B'shasha, today there's many songs. B'shasha Melech HaMashiach Ba, Oymed Al Gag Beis HaMikdash, V'Oymer, Anavim Higiyaz Mangu Las. When Mashiach comes, he will stand on the roof of the Beis HaMikdash and say, humble ones, the time of your redemption has arrived. V'im Ein Atem Ma'aminim, and if you don't believe, Ru'u Ba'oiri Shezoreach Aleichem. If you don't believe me, look at my light that is shining on you. That's how you'll have a munah. And when you think about these words of the Medrash, if you need a munah these days, you want to know what you should look at? Ru'u ba'oiri shezoreach aleichem. Look at the light that is shining on the faces of Knesset Yisrael. Ru'u ba'oiri shezoreach aleichem. There's a divine, infinite light beyond nature that is shining on the faces of the Jewish people. Certainly in Eretz Yisrael, our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. The fact is that the week after the war, the response to come help, so usually a response to come help a country during the time of war is 50%. If it's 70%, it means they really like their country. In this case, it was close to 200%. Within a week or two, 200,000 Jews rushed to get back to Israel, and many of them to go straight into a war. You're in New Zealand, you're having a good time in New Zealand. Was fällt dir aus? You really want to meet Hamas face to face? You're in New Zealand. You're in Florida, you're in New York. Almost 200,000 Jews rushed back. Why? Why they rush back? The answer is they can't explain. It's not a logical, mathematical equation because I happen to like the prime minister. I don't think that was the reason. Or I'm in love with the Knesset. or I'm in love with the falafel. That wasn't the reason. The reason is because when Yechidah Shebenefesh comes out, when the Pnimius of a Jew comes out, there is a level of commitment and dedication and love that is l'mayla mitam v'das. It can't be defined in logical, mathematical equations. I'm loyal to a country, and my father lived there, and I went to the schools, and I like a lot of things about it. It's a different level. It's elikus. It's divinity. It's Mesiras Nefesh. One of the main points of Yutas Kislev was that Chassidus wanted to help us see the light that shines on every Jewish face. And to be able to see that light, the light that shines in yourself. It could be concealed. It could be concealed by life's experiences, by life's events. It could be experiences it could be eclipsed because of difficulties and challenges, physical, emotional, psychological, social, spiritual. It could be eclipsed because of people's journeys and because of many, many different reasons. Eclipsed, but never eliminated. It could be asleep. It can be jailed maybe. It can be covered. But there's a moment the covers come off and the Ur comes out. That's the pnimius of the Ur of a person. If you don't believe me, tell me this story makes sense in nature. A woman 72 years old. Her name is Adina Moshe. Her last name is Moshe. First name is Adina. Her husband's name was Said Moshe. They lived in one of the kibbutzim, I believe in Kfar Gaza. Simchas Torah in the morning, the monsters came into their home, 6:30 or 7 in the morning. And Said was in the house together with his wife, Adina. They're elderly people. I think throughout their life they were farmers. They had orchards over there. And he shot Said to death and took his wife Adina into captivity. They took his wife Adina into captivity. They kidnapped her and they brought her to Gaza. 72-year-old woman. Last week she was freed in the hostage deal. Before she was freed, she was talking to the terrorists, the Hamas terrorists, who told her she can go. It's time to go. Get out and come. And what did she say to him? There's another woman, a Jewish woman, who's older than me and weaker than me. She's in a worse position than me physically. If it's one of us, take her and let me stay here. This wasn't her mother. This wasn't her sister. This certainly wasn't her daughter. It's another Jewish woman. She's older than me and weaker than me. So if it's one of us, take her. They didn't listen. They took her. They took Adina Moshe. This story will be enshrined in history. Where does this light come from? It's a different magnitude of light. Now I go back to the Tanya, those lines that I grew up with, and I say, this is the headlines of the Israeli newspapers. What the Alter Rebbe was teaching was Atzmiyus Neshamas Yisrael. You have to know the etzem. You have to know the etzem. And it's also true in people's personal lives. Sometimes life stories can eclipse so many parts of us. And we don't realize how powerful our connection is, how powerful our dveikus is. Because we have a lot of other voices. There's so many thoughts that pop in constantly. Remember, the Yetzer Hara never goes on vacation. That's what he's paid for. He's paid for never to go on vacation. And he does his job loyally. The Rebbe used to call him the Klugenker in Farbrengen. The Klugenker. Ayin Kahelis, he's called Melech Zoken Uksil. He's an old fool. But he still used to say the Klugenker. Why? Because he can appear as a wise aleck, and he uses very brilliant strategies in order to infiltrate. He always comes from a different direction. Wherever there's a vulnerability, he'll spot it, boom. You're having a good day, he'll say, why are you so arrogant? Why are you so narcissistic? You're having a bad day. You have to be guilty. There's always a way to attack the person. There comes moments in history where the Rebbeinu Shalom is kol doidi doifek, pischili, and doors open up. And today, a major part of our avodah is to be able to see the light inside of us and to see the light in everybody else. And to reach out to Jews, from all walks of life, because there's a historic opportunity today that didn't exist. At least I don't remember in my lifetime. A historic opportunity. It was a shofar that was sounded. So Chassidus teaches, Asher comes from the word Oisher. Oisher means good fortune. Geschmack, Oisher, Glick. Everything is wonderful. Mitzrayim comes from the word Tsar, which means distressed. There are two types of Jews. There's Oivdim Be'eretz Asher, and there's Nedachim Be'eretz Mitzrayim. There's Jews who get lost because of good fortune. Prosperity breeds complacency and smugness. A house with a picket fence, not with 2 cars for the garage, but a 3-door garage. And I even have my own mow to mow the lawn on Sunday. What else can you ask for? My great-grandfather couldn't even dream about. And 3 acres, and even a tennis court in the house. Oivdim Beretz Asher, the prosperity of life can turn people into, they get lost. They don't know who they are anymore. I have so many distractions in life, I forget who I really am. I forget that what I really am is, I am an infinite expression of divine love in this world, divine light in this world. Then there's Nidachim Beretz Mitzrayim, those from distress, from pain, from trauma, from difficulties. They're Mitzrayim. I'm locked away. My emotions are locked away. My energy is locked away. My creativity is locked away. They're Nidachim. They feel like outcasts. They could be here in the tent, but they still feel like outcasts. There comes a day, Yitaka b'shofar gadol. The shofar gadol is blown. The shofar gadol is a shofar of love. It's a shofar of light. A shofar on one hand creates a dread. It creates an awe. But what's going to happen? They're going to come in mass. Why? Not because of fear. There's something much deeper going on than fear. There's fear also, but there's something much deeper going on. And that is, you feel, this is who I am. This is who I am. I'm not going to substitute who I am for a forged identity. And may I say that sometimes you can have a Jew who's frum, who's religious, but can still be Oivdim Beretz Asher v'Nidachim Beretz Mitzrayim. I may go through the rituals, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a gewaldige thing. I may know the bracha not only for Chanukah, but even for Shabbos candles. I know the bracha for B'dikas Chametz. I certainly know the bracha for Latkes. They say an anecdote. There was once a rabbi who made a Chanukah party for his congregation. And he was a rabbi, he was very into history, and he was a collector of historical antiques. And he was a very successful person, so his collection was extremely diverse and rich. So the congregation came for Chanukah. He wanted to show off. For a good reason. He wanted to, show them what he has in the house. So he picks up a dreidel. He says, this dreidel comes from the Warsaw Ghetto. 1942 Warsaw Ghetto. Wow. This menorah comes from Amsterdam, 15th century. Psst, gewaldig. This Megillah Antiochus is one of the oldest manuscripts that was found in Egypt. It's from the 12th century, this Megillah Antiochus. This oil is hundreds and hundreds of years old. Hundreds of years old. It was found, maybe thousands, it was found in some cave in the Negev. And so he goes through everything. This is from the 1000s, 900s. One of the congregants says, and what about the latkes? So the truth is that what you see is the connection to Jewish history. So we do like fresh latkes, but we have to, so sein zu gesund, fresh latkes. But I could sometimes touch something, touch a mitzvah, and not realize what's contained in it, the depth in it, the Ashekidishanu b'mitzvaysa v'tzivonu, the Netzach Yisrael, the eternity of it, the link. Ru'u ba'ori shezayreach, to be able to recognize that oir, to be able to open ourselves up to that oir. So pada b'shalom nafshi, so the soul gets liberated from all the klippas, from all the shells, from all the husks, and that at such a moment you say, I don't need no cover-ups, I don't need no blockages, daloi galus, which is a Russian way of saying enough with all the jails and enough with all the exiles. I want to be real. I want to be who I really am, which is complete dveikus, complete oneness with Hashem, complete oneness with every Jew, complete oneness with authenticity, the word of the year, a channel for absolute truth. And I'm not going to allow other thoughts that want to eclipse the light to dominate me. You need emunah, ru'u ba'oiri shezareich aleichem, l'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim.
Ashreinu matov
Ashreinu matov chageinu, my lady.
L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. L'chaim, l'chaim. You can hear? No, you can't hear? L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Shabbos Parshas Vayishlach Tov Kuf Lamed Gimel. Shabbos Vayishlach 1772 was the last Shabbos in the life of the Maggid of Mizrich, because he passed away, as I said earlier, on Yutas Kislev, Tov Kuf Lamed Gimel. On that Shabbos, the last Shabbos of his life in this world, he said the following. One of the Torahs that he said was that Rashi says, Vayishlach Yaakov Malachim, Rashi says, Malachim Mamish. Yaakov sent Malachim, so you could think Malachim means messengers. So Rashi says, Malachim, Malachim Mamish. It means Mamish Malachim, literally Malachim. In the most literal sense, they were angels, they weren't just human messengers. So the Maggid said, the word Mamish comes from the word Mamoshes. You could feel it, you can touch it. Right? Mamish, mamoshes, chushamishus. When you could touch something, that's called the mamoshes of it. Physical texture. So the Maggid of Mizrich said, Malachim mamish, Yaakov only sent the mamoshes of the Malachim. That's what he sent to Esav. The part that you can touch, that's what he sent to Esav. The soul of the Malachim stayed with him. Malachim mamish, that's what he said. At first glance, it's the opposite of what Rashi is saying. Rashi is trying to bring out, he needed to send angels, not human messengers. So the Maggid seems like to minimize it and says he only sent the outer form of them. The whole point was to send the malachim, the angels. What does it even mean in a malach to separate the mamish, the text? You're not talking about a physical being. So on one hand, you could say if the malachim were there and they were speaking to Esav, so they had to assume some physical being. What is the Maggid trying to say? And this was the last Shabbos of his life. And as I said earlier, he told Alter Rebbe then that Yutas Kislev is going to be our Hilula, our day of celebration. His Yom Estalkus, which the Yortzeit of a Tzaddik is the day that his entire life comes to summation and its energy is revealed in the world. Poyel Yeshua's B'Kerev Haaretz, as explained in Tanya, Negeres HaKodesh, and the Chagagula of his student, the Alter Rebbe, the Balatanya. What the Maggid was conveying was that for the Malachim to be successful, their soul had to remain with Yaakov. Only the Mamish, what went to Esav, what connected to Esav, was only the Mamashas of the Malachim. Meaning what we would call the physical substance, the most outer layer of the Malach. But the inner core always remains with Yaakov. That is how they can remain Malachim even when they were by Esav. That's how they can accomplish whatever they had to accomplish, because they knew that what's connecting, what's going to Esav is only the mamish of the malachim, only the mamashas. That's what allowed them to remain angels through and through, even in the presence of Esav, because their souls were never disconnected from Yaakov. What does this mean? It's not just a story of the malachim, a taich in the Rashi, but it has to do with a general perspective on how you look at the world and how you look in a person. Each person has two parts. There's the mamish of the person, the mamashas of the person, the texture that I can touch and feel and see and hear, which we call the guf, the physical embodiment of the person, and everything that comes with that, the entire physical and biological life of the person. In Tanya, it's called the nefesh habahamas, the animal consciousness, and the guf, the body. And then you have the angel, the malach, the divinity, the inner spiritual soul, the neshama shenasatabi tahiri in the person. What's the relationship between these two? One of the key teachings of Chassidus, especially in the Alter Rebbe, the Balagula, was that essentially in the ultimate scheme of things, neshama and guf, soul and body, are one. They must converge into oneness. There are different streams of thought in history. It was called Chachmas Achkira, Chachmas HaMusar. In Chachmas Achkira, in Jewish philosophy, the focus is the beauty, the maila of the tsura over the chaimer, of the spirit over the matter. In Chachmas HaMusar, the focus is at least in many streams, the focus is to detest, to be able to see the futility and the temporariness of the material. The focus in Chassidus is to synthesis, to integrate neshama and guf, to integrate the soul and the body. There's the famous line of the Baal Shem Tov. It says in Parshas Mishpatim, Ki sireh chamer seinacha, roivitz tachas masoi, v'chadalta me'azoiv loi, oziv taziv ima. You might see the donkey of your enemy, and he may be crouching under its burden. It's too heavy, so the donkey is on the floor. You might think you don't help him. You don't want to help him. It's your enemy's donkey. You should help him. So the Baal Shem Tov said, Chamor is oisius chaimer. The word chamor, donkey, is the same letters like chaimer, which means the material. Sometimes you look at your material self, your body, your animal consciousness, and it looks like soinacha. It hates your soul. Not interested, not in Torah, not in mitzvahs, not in serving Hashem. And it's roivitz tachas masoi. It's crouching under the burden of Torah and mitzvahs of Yiddishkeit. I'm not interested. I'm a donkey. I'm a chamor. I want to do other things. You might think that the way of handling it is by rejecting that part of yourself. Says the Baal Shem Tov, not this way will the light of Torah dwell in the person. You have to lift the donkey. You have to ultimately sublimate the donkey. You have to refine the donkey. You can't mortify it and destroy it and repress it. You have to ultimately be able to channel it and uplift it and sublimate it. Because the ultimate purpose is Dira b'tachtoinim, to reveal the light of infinity and oneness within the physical, within the particular person, within the physical embodiment of the person. So in the ultimate scheme of things, the body is not here to undermine and be a contradiction. to the soul. On the contrary, the ultimate purpose is pada b'shalom nafshi, to create the ultimate shalom, the ultimate peace, because deep down the body is also, it's a vehicle to be able to reveal the Ein Sof in the physical world through the physical world. The Lubavitcher Rebbe once explained in a Yutas Kislev Farbrengen, Tavshin Chafei, 1964. He says, with this you can understand, it says in Pirkei de Rebbe Lezer, on the Pasuk in Parashas Toldus, it says, Vayizra Yitzchak. Yitzchak planted, Vayizra Yitzchak Baretz Ahi. Yitzchak, he was in the land of the Plishtim, of the Philistines. And he planted in that land, he planted, Vayimtze, he found Meir Sha'arim, 100 measurements. 100 measurements. Hashem blessed him. What does it mean? He found Meir Sha'arim? So Rashi says that based on the estimation of how much would grow, it produced 100 times, 100-fold of what they thought would grow. They thought there'll be 100 pounds. It was 100 times 100. 100 times on the shear that they imagined. That's how blessed and plentiful was the harvest. Another explanation which Rashi brings from the Medrash is Lil Maisris. It was Negeah for Meiser. Yitzchak was tithing. In Meiser, you have to know the shear, exactly how much you have, and a percent of that. Usually Meiser is 10%, Me'eser. 10% you have to give. So if you have 100, for example, 100 stalks or 100 pounds, you have to give 10% of that, whatever Meiser it is. You have Truma, you have Meisers, but generally Meiser means 10%. So this measurement was for Meiser. You should be able to say 100, so you have to give 10% of that. So if you have 100 pounds, you have to give 10 pounds, etc. 200 pounds, 300 pounds. That's why it says Meir Shara. In Pirkei de Rebbe Eliezer, which is one of the Midrashim of the Tanoim, Rebbe Eliezer Agadol, the teacher of Rabbi Akiva. So he writes, he says, V'yizra Yitzchak, v'chizara Yitzchak dagan chas v'shalom. Are you going to say that Yitzchak sowed, he planted dagan, grain, heaven forbid? No, Yitzchak tzedakah zara. Yitzchak planted tzedakah. In other words, he wanted to give tzedakah. In order to give tzedakah, you have to have grain. What are you going to give from? So the Rebbe said, what's the chas v'shalom? Are you not allowed to plant anymore? There's chas v'shalom, v'chizara, Yitzchak dagan chas v'shalom. It's a sin to plant. The whole survival of the human race comes from planting. What does it say in Chumash? Sheish shanim tizra sadecha, v'sheish shanim tizma karmecha, v'safta est fosa. 6 years you plant and you harvest. The 7th year you have Shemitah. B'charish u'b'katzer tishbos. On the 7th day of the 7th year you rest from plowing and planting. Sheishus yamim tavod v'sisakol malachtech. What's the chas v'shalom? Yitzchak is not allowed to plant. It's a funny thing. Ella Yitzchak Zara. So you look at it, okay. So the Rebbe then explained the pnimi is the depth of what Chazal are saying here. What's the chas v'shalom? It even says in Krishma, "V'asafta de ganecha, v'sirosh chavitzarecha." You're going to harvest your grain and your wine and your oil, and you'll have grass to feed your animals. We say it every day in Krishma, including tonight, and also before you go to bed. Krishma shalamita. The explanation in this is, by the Avos, it says, Ha'avos heinein ha-merkava. The Medrash says, Ha'avos heinein ha-merkava. What does it mean, the Avos were merkava? Merkava means a chariot. What's a chariot? The definition of a chariot is, in those days, they had chariots. If you wanted to travel somewhere, you got into the wagon. And the merkava, the chariot, the wagon, took you where you had to go. That included the horse and the wagon. Why the Avos called the merkava? Merkava for the Shechina. The idea of a merkava is, when you get into your car, for example, and you tell your car, I want to travel to Borough Park. I want to travel to Manhattan. I want to travel to Williamsburg. I want to travel to Monroe. I want to travel to Miami. The car doesn't respond and say, I have to think about it. Let me see if I'm in the mood. Let me consult my therapist. Let me find out if this works for me. And then we'll negotiate. Maybe we'll go halfway. If your car does that, take it to the mechanic. If your car starts arguing with you and doesn't even want to move, then it's takanada merkava. It's all of shalom. It's time to call the Chevra Kadisha. You could sell it on eBay. A good car, a healthy car, quote unquote, it's not that he has an identity and then he has to fight with Kabbalah soil. He's obedient because you're the boss. So he has no choice. You pay him a salary. Definition of a Merkava is he doesn't have an identity outside of the identity of the master. The horse, you get on a horse, you tell the horse, let's go. If the horse is a healthy horse and the horse trusts you, the horse has to trust you. If the horse trusts you, the horse doesn't have an argument with gate. The horse is happy. Why? Because a real Merkava, even a horse, which is a living horse, its entire identity is, I want to serve the one who's riding on the horse. And we know the loyalty of a horse is very powerful, very, very deep. And horses are also very sensitive to the energy. We have here some horse trainers, I think, right? We have a horse trainer, I think, in the Ezra's Nasha. The energy of horses is a very sensitive energy. That's a Merkava. Ha'avas heinen a Merkava means the Avas were a Merkava. It means they were so in tune with truth, their very self was a conduit for truth. And what is truth? The truth of reality is the Ein Sof, infinity. Every single thing in the world, all matter, every matter is made up. What makes matter? The answer is it's molecules that are made up from atoms, and each atom is made up of the subatomic particles, and trillions and trillions, much more than trillions, sextillions and sextillions of atoms are needed to work in full synchronization and perfect synchronization for the tiniest matter in the world. And if one atom disintegrates and doesn't follow that particular pattern, all matter is gone. So there's someone who brings it together every single moment, literally, and that's the energy, the divine energy that sustains and gives life to everything in reality every single moment. The Avos were so in tune with reality, with their own reality, with the world reality, so their very identity was what is a conduit for the infinity. My body, my mouth, my soul. The Moira Nayim writes, it says by the Akedah, Vayishlach Avram es yadoi, vayikach es hamacheles lishchet b'noi. Avram sent forth his hand, and he took the sword to slaughter his son. Why do you say Vayishlach Avram es yadoi, vayikach es hamacheles? He sent his hand and he took the sword. Obviously, you take a knife with your hand. That's he sent his hand to take the sword. Vayikach es hamacheles. So the Moira Nayim says, it says that the Avos, Avram, did the whole Torah before it was given. How did he know the Torah before it was given? How did he know? The answer is his body was healthy. His body was in tune with cosmic energy. His body was in tune with what is the plan, what is the divine plan of existence. So his body naturally gravitated to whatever the will is Hashem. He knew the mitzvahs from inside. His DNA was in touch with the will of Hashem. Now it came to slaughter Yitzchak. Was it the will of Hashem to slaughter Yitzchak? No. So his hand was resisting. Vayishlach Avram es yadai. So he had to tell his hand, go. It's his hand, because the hand knew that Hashem didn't want Yitzchak to be slaughtered. It was all a test. Vayishlach Avram es yadai, to send forth his hand. So Avos Heinen and Merkava means that it wasn't a competition in them, a conflict in them. I have my ego, and then there is what Hashem wants. Ego is the illusion that at any point I'm disconnected from the source of all existence, from the life force and the vitality of me and reality. It's a very painful place. I said in the morning, we learned the Torah, I gave an example. Imagine a plug. Yeah. And the plug is plugged in, and it's channeling the electricity into the video camera, into the mic, into the piano, into your phone, into your computer, your vacuum cleaner, your air conditioner, whatever it is. And then at some point, you know, the wire says, I want to be independent. I want to be free. What do I have to be connected to the wall? So what does the wire do? The wire disconnects itself from the wall because it wants to be autonomous. It wants to have atzmaut. It wants to have liberty. So what happens? Wonderful. The wire is detached. The wire is independent. It's not anymore. It doesn't have to be connected to the wall anymore. You don't care how short it is, how long it is. You don't need an extension cord. There's only one issue. There's no electricity. There's no life in this wire. This wire can't accomplish anything. Your video dies. Your phone dies. Everything dies. Your air conditioner dies. Why? There's no electricity. You're not repressing yourself by sticking yourself into the wall. You're connecting yourself to the source of power. So you could be a channel. There's one source of power. It's called reality. It's called oneness. Ein oid milvada. To be plugged in at every moment means that I'm alive. I'm a channel to the source of life. Ego, the pressure of ego is to live in a place where I have to create a new substitute for electricity which doesn't exist. And that's why to sustain the ego is so hard. It's like trying to fill up water in a cup that has a hole. Right? That's what addiction looks like. What's addiction? What's addiction? You're pouring water. Oh, I have water. There's a hole. You need more. It's when we substitute love for validation. If I don't get love, or I didn't get love as a child, and I need to feel worthwhile. So what do? I look for validation. People, especially who are in the public eye, or even not in the public eye, I need validation. The more validation you can give me, so for 6 minutes I feel good about myself. The problem is there's a hole in the cup. So it never ends. It's always more and more and more and more. Why? Because essentially there's a hole. I once told you a story. There was a Farbrengen Purim by the Lubavitcher Rabbi Tavshin Chavov in 1966. At the end of the Farbrengen, they said, Kol ha-poishet yad noisnimla. The Gemara says in Megillah that on Purim, whoever stretches out his hand, you give him tzedakah. Here in this shul, was Purim a whole year, so whoever stretches out their hand here, they give. But it's a special thing of Purim. You don't distinguish, You don't discriminate. And the main thing, you don't, Kol ha-poishet down. So the Rebbe, at the end of the he said, Kol ha-poishet down, paraphrasing Chazal, that whoever will stretch out their hand is going to give. So everybody understood he's going to give everybody l'chaim. So they came and they finished all the bottles of wine, whatever they had. The mashkan he gave. Gave l'chaim to everybody in shul. After it was already in the middle of the night, the Farbrengen of Purim was over, so he went up to his room to go home. And they brought more wine, or more mashka, so the Rebbe continued to give upstairs in the shul, in 7-7. When he came out, this was 66, there were a lot of people then living in the neighborhood before the exodus from that part of Brooklyn. So the Rebbe went out to go home, so more people came from the whole neighborhood. There was the news, the Lubavitcher Rebbe is giving everybody l'chaim in the middle of the night, Purim, a lot of people came. So he was giving people, and thousands of people came, and was already 3 o'clock in the morning, or 3:30 in the morning, or maybe even later. My uncle told us to me, he was there. He said there was a bacher who went over with a cup to get the l'chaim from there. He was standing by his car on Eastern Parkway. He told me the bacher wanted to see, so they got up on his car. So he said it was Mekuyim in the 4 tires, Teitzei Ruchai, Yoshev Lad Masai. So he had to go home in a different car. So he said there was a bacher came over, and with a cup, yeshiva, one of the boys in the yeshiva. So the Rebbe took a look. There were already thousands of people that came. And he says, if I'm not mistaken, you already got. Because in the beginning of the night, at the beginning of the distribution, at the end of the Farbrengen, which was a long time before, he taka got. I think you got already. So he tells the Rebbe, yeah, in cup. I had a loch, I had a hole in the cup. So the Rebbe says, "Du hast a Loch in Kopf, was zu helfen, als ich gegeben a zweiten Mal? It's sich weiter ausgissen. If you have a loch in the cup, if you have a hole in the cup, what's going to help I give you a second time? It's going to pour out again." So he tells the Rebbe, "Ich gekrogen a neue cup." In the interim, I acquired a new cup. Now I can gave him a second time. Cup means cup, but cup in Yiddish also means cup. So he said, I had a hole in my cup, so what's going to help you? I can give you again. I could pour you for 50 years, I could pour you. I could pour you mayim chayim. If there's a hole in the cup, nothing is going in. If essentially the damage is at the core, the person at the core feels worthless, so then could you compliment me? Could you say something nice about me? Anybody relates to what I'm saying? Or is there anybody who relates to what I'm saying? Huh? Or I'm the only one who relates to what I'm saying? Moshe, you relate to what I'm saying? Baruch Hashem. Okay. You relate to it. I know you relate to what I'm saying. I don't know a shayla. In each person, it's maybe expressed in a different way. But what does it come? It comes from the fact that my soul is not my best friend. When your soul is not your best friend, you're looking for friends and acquaintances everywhere. What does Carnegie say? How to make friends? What's the lashon? It's good to have friends. Friends are very important. The best friend you have to have is your soul. Your soul is a chelik elokam mimal mamash. Your soul is your best friend. And your soul, by the way, is never bored. People say, I'm bored. You're only because you don't know your soul. If you know your soul is not bored. God is not bored, if you haven't realized by now. And your soul is not bored. It's full of life. It's full of creativity. The electricity is flowing constantly. How did I get into the whole cup thing? Anybody who was listening, or you're on your phone? Huh? Huh? Far kol ha-poshit yan. Ich hab euch ADHD. And guess what? My cup has a hole, so I need a new cup. That's the idea, and I remember. The plug, when it's inside the wall, it's not repressed, it's not chained, it's not enslaved. It's a channel for life, for electricity. That's exactly how you want the plug to be. By disconnecting it from the source, you're not making it alive by giving it independence, you're killing it. That's what ego looks like. Ego is easing God out, easing godliness out, easing goodness out. What does it mean? It's a pressure of substituting real life for a fake life. So whatever I can do to give myself fulfillment, I will do. But I have to always look for something new because I'm not in touch, I'm not in tune, I'm not connected to the source of all life. There's only one way to be connected to the source of life, is by being connected to that source of life. Connected in thoughts, in words, in actions, and in space, the space I'm in, emotionally and physically. Ha'avis heinein merkava. The avis were a merkava. Their entire life was a channel for the flow. So there was no separation by them. Says the Medrash, V'chi Yitzchak zora dagan chas v'shalom. By Yitzchak, ha'avis heinein merkava, it's a chas v'shalom. He was just sowing grain. There was something called sowing grain. He says, no. Zara tzedakah. Yitzchak wanted dveikus with Hashem. Yitzchak was oneness. Yitzchak was in touch with oneness. How does a person manifest oneness in this world? Through love. One of the main things is love, tzedakah. By being a giver, by being a channel of love. So the Medrash says for him, what does it mean to plant grain? It's tzedakah. In order to give tzedakah, he planted grain. Of course he planted grain. But to be able to say Yitzchak Zara Dagan Chas V'Shalom as an independent reality for Avos Heinein Merkava, it's a Chas V'Shalom. To clarify it more, the Rebbe brought a Mishnah in Shabbos, Perek HaMatzniya. And here you see the synchronization between the world of Nigla and the world of Chassidus. In Hilchas Shabbos, the laws of Shabbos, we know that you're not allowed to carry from a private domain to a public domain, or conversely, or 4 cubits in a public domain. And there's a shear. There's a certain measurement that's required to take out in order to be liable. For example, if somebody takes out food, pachas mikegregoris, smaller than the size of a date, of a fig, so then you're not chayiv, you're not liable a carbon chatas. Why? Because it was a tiny, for example, let's say you take out a cholent bean. It's food. Or another little tiny morsel of grain or bread, but you're not chayiv. Why? Because it's mitzi oichlem pachas mikashir. That's the halacha. You have to have a shear, you have to have a certain measurement. This is true with clothes, it's true with food, it's true with vessels, utensils. There's a shear for different things. What is called the measurement that you took out something significant. Something that's the derech for people to carry and take out. So here's an interesting, fascinating halacha in Hilchas Shabbos. I think it's Daf Tzaddik Gimel, if I'm not mistaken. Tzaddik Gimel Amid Beis, I think. Hamoitzi achlin pachas mikashir. Somebody takes out food less than a shear. But here's the deal. Let's say the cholent bean was sticky. So I didn't want to hold it. So what did I do? I put it in a keli. I put it in a utensil. I put it in a cholent pot. So you take out a cholent bean that's smaller than a shear into the public domain on Shabbos, but you took it out in a keli. The keli is big. So l'chayri, you should be chayav a carbon chatos. Says the Mishnah, you potter. And you potter afal akli. You potter on the keli too, on the vessel too. Why? The keli is a big keli, you carried it. The answer is, says the Mishnah, the whole reason you're taking out the utensil, the vessel, is why? For the food. The food itself is less than a shear. So you're not chayiv a carbon chatas on Shabbos. And Mezid, you're not chayiv skilla. Why? Even though you took it a keli. And the keli is a huge keli, maybe a cholent pot. You know those big cholent pots in the shul here? You potter. Why? Because the whole purpose why you're taking out the keli is what? Just to carry the food. And the food is pachas mikashir. Now, what's pshat? You're taking out a vessel, and you want to take out the vessel. So the true higayon, the true depth of this halacha is as follows. Because the whole purpose of the kli is to be a channel, to be a vessel for the food, so halachically, the vessel forfeits its distinct identity. What is its identity halachically? It's an extension of the food. It's a channel for the food. It's a hechitimtza. It's a way, it's a method to bring out the food. You want the keli to bring out the food. So it assumes the identity of the food, and the food is less than a shear. So if the food is less than a shear, so you're not chayiv, you're potter. Even if chatzi shear asim in Torah, but you're not chayiv a karban chatas. There's a keli. Physically, somebody is looking, there's a keli. What do you mean you're not chayiv? You're taking out a keli, it's a huge pot. Halachically, we say, no, there's no keli. What do you mean there's no keli? There is a keli. Take a look. What's the essence of the keli? The essence of the vessel is to carry out the food. So it assumes the identity of the food, and the food is less than a shear. Because the whole inyan of the kli, the whole reason, the whole rezan diyetra of the vessel is to serve as a conduit to carry out the food. What do we see from here? At the surface, if I'm looking at the surface, it's a vessel. If you're looking with halachic perspective, the very essence of the vessel is just a keli for the food. That's its mitzias. On its own, it doesn't have a mitzias. So that's what the Medrash says. V'chi Yitzchak zara dagan chas v'shalom. Yitzchak is not planting grain. Yitzchak zara tzedakah. He's planting grain, but it's like the keli, because the only thing by Yitzchak is einoid malvadoi. So therefore, even the physical things he touches, it's just a conduit to bring out godliness, So it doesn't have its own mitzias. Chas v'shalom, havas ein an merkava. It's complete oneness. What is this in a person's life? Chassidus came to teach a Jew how to be able to live every moment in a space of einoid milvade, in a space of oneness. What does it mean to live in a space of oneness? Not that there's no vessel. The body is a vessel for the soul. But when you understand the true meaning of unity, it's complete oneness and integration between the two. So you'd say, V'chi Yitzchak zara dagan chas v'shalom. There was a chassid of the Alter Rebbe, his name was Rabbi Kletzker. Klotz in Yiddish is wood. He was a lumber merchant. And he was a very successful merchant. They called him Rabbi Kletzker. So the Rebbe then said a story that at the end of the year, you have to go through the checks and the balances. So he was going through the revenue, what came in, what went out, how much he distributed, how much he made. So he went through the price of everything that came in, and how much he sold it for. Then comes to the summation, the sachakal, the bottom line, right? How much money you lost, how much money you made, how much money you got in your house. So he writes like the sachakal, the summation, he writes, Ein oid mulvada. That's the summation, Ein oid mulvada. There's nothing outside of oneness, of Ein Sof. You're a businessman or you're a saint? If you're a saint and you don't believe in this whole lumber thing, so don't make me a whole revenue list, a whole revenue sheet. And if you are a merchant and you're looking at how things work, so make a list and make a summation. What's the point? What's the point? But this is the nekuda. Of course, Zara Dagan, of course he sowed grain. And of course you're selling wood. And when you're selling wood, so there's the price that you buy it for, and then there's the price you sell it for. But what was the sachaka? What was the summation of everything? What was the nekuda? The nekuda was Einoid Mulvada. The nekuda was Achdus Hashem, Ein Sof. The nekuda was that he was never unplugged. So yeah, you have to know how much it costs. But at the end of the day, what was he doing? It was Einoid Mulvada. In order to embody the oneness of Ein Sof in this world, this one does it through selling wood. So when a person comes to eat, for example, so there's food and there's a body. What does it have to do with Achdus Hashem, with Ein Sof? Comes Chassidus and says, don't separate between the two. It's all one inyan mamash. It's not two separate things. And that's the difference that Rebbe said between two statements. It says, Kol ma'asach l'shem shamayim and b'chol d'rechecha de'eyu. In Pirkei Avos it says, Kol ma'asach yiyu l'shem shamayim. All your actions should be for the sake of heaven. Shlomo Melech says in Mishlei, b'chol d'rechecha de'eyu. The Rambam in Hilchos Deis and the Shulchan Aruch, Siman Reish Lamed Aleph, and Chaim brings both things. All your actions should be for the sake of heaven. And in all your ways, you should know him. It looks like it's almost the same thing. He says two different things. Kol ma'asach l'shem shamayim means all your actions should be for the sake of heaven. So, for example, I'm having a meal. I could be a glutton and just say the food looks good, the Danish looks good, let me eat more and more and more. And then ultimately the body also suffers from it. Or you could say, what's the purpose? The purpose is I want to live. I want to be healthy. I want to be able to serve Hashem. That's Kol ma'asach l'shem shamayim. But the eating itself is an act of eating. Sowing grain is sowing grain. It's l'shem. The purpose is I'm making money, and with the money I'll do good things. I'll support good things, and I'll support the needy, and I'll give charity. I'm eating, and with the food I'll do good things. That's l'shem shamayim. But then there's something deeper. B'chol d'rechecha de'eyu means in all your ways you should know him. The word das is v'ha'adam yada eschava. Adam knew Chava. What does it mean he knew Chava? It means he was connected with Chava, intimacy, because she had a child. But chol d'rechecha, in all your ways, da'eyu, you should have dveikus. When a Jew, he say you eat Shabbos, it's a mitzvah. What's it's a mitzvah to eat on Shabbos? Person is eating a piece of fish on Shabbos, he say it's a mitzvah. What's a mitzvah? A mitzvah is Hashem's will. Hashem is one with his will. Hu ritzonei echad. So when I'm eating, it's dveikus with Ein Sof. So you say, but it's a piece of fish. The piece of fish is the way that the relationship, or the salad that you're eating, is a way that the relationship is expressing itself. Every single moment of life is an opportunity to remain completely intimate with Ein Sof. It's the physical, my body. Don't make the kli a separate mitzias. The guf is a keli for the neshama, and when there's real unity, real connection, there's no two separate realities. The keli is the oichel. The guf is the neshama. It's not separate. Why? Because you see your entire life as an embodiment of infinite love, of infinite light. Now this sounds like very abstract stuff, but the truth is it's not. We have another part that tries to disturb this, tries to tell me that I'm a glutton and my ego is wounded and I'm unplugged and it's better to be unplugged because that's where I could be independent. But that's not the truth of a person. Those are different parts that sometimes need to be subdued, and ultimately they have to be transformed. Iskafia and ishapcha. The real truth of the person is that there is absolute oneness at every moment. You are the plug of divine electricity in this world, and everyone is a different channel. What you bring into the world, I can't bring in. Chayav adam loyma b'shvili nivra ha'olam. What you bring into the world, I can't bring into the world. Every person is a channel for infinite love, but I have to be plugged in. So you have to ask yourself in life, what am I doing that I need to stop because at those moments I'm unplugged? Sometimes you get into a conversation and that conversation is going to cause you to be unplugged. Sometimes you go onto a website and that website is going to cause you to be unplugged. Sometimes you check a certain WhatsApp and you go from here to there to there to there, and in the moment you're unplugged. I'm not talking about my clips. Or the yeshiva.net. You have to know what situation. Sometimes I'm eating a food, and in this process, I'm unplugging myself. What happens? It's very painful. Sometimes I'm looking for information, or I'm getting angry in the middle of the business day, or I'm responding to a telephone call or a text or an email, and right now, I just unplugged. And it's a very miserable place to be, because when I'm unplugged, I now have to find new sources of comfort. So this one is drinking, this one is gambling, and this one is doing other stuff. I'm not going to get detailed. Everybody could use their imagination. It's all because I'm unplugged. My soul is not my best friend. Before you do something, before I go into a conversation, before I act, before I speak, before I go to places, speak to your soul. That's what the Maggid was telling the Alter Rebbe. It was telling in the last Shabbos. The mamish of the Malachim. Remember what I started with, or you forgot? The mamish of the Malachim he sent to Esav. The Malach is always connected to Yaakov. Always. You're never separated from infinity. Never, never. Not when you sleep. Not when you're having a social conversation with somebody. Yeah? Not when you're eating. Not when you're at work doing business. Not when you're in traffic. Not when you're exercising. Not when you're having a shmuas. Not when you're putting your children to sleep. Not when you're taking care of your whatever you have to take care of. You're always, the person is always connected, always plugged in. That's the choice we have. It sounds very hard, but it's much easier than the other way. Because the other way, you always have to find new ways of fulfillment. Always. Because I'm not connected to the source. Here, you're connected to the source, so it takes discipline. This conversation is not going to be good. You're getting angry now. You're going to respond impulsively. You're going out of the zone. Don't go out of the flow. Never go out of the flow. You know the word of the Maggid? You don't know the word, gewaldig. The Farbrengen used to chazir. The Maggid of Mizrich once said, it says in Tehillim, L'cha yoim af l'cha loyla. Right? What does it mean? Ata chinoisem moir v'shemesh. Day belongs to you. Night also belongs to you. You created the light and the sun. Literally means l'cha yoim, the day is yours. Af l'cha yoim, af l'cha loyla. And the night is also yours. The Maggid says, it could have said l'cha yoim, l'cha loyla. Or l'cha yoim v'layla. Right? So listen, what the Maggid said. Listen to a life-changing word if you internalize it. The Maggid said it's talking about two different philosophies in life. There's a philosophy in life that's l'cha, you. That's one philosophy in life. There's another philosophy in life, af l'cha, also you. Imagine in a marriage, I'll just illustrate. It's my own metaphor, not from the Maggid. But it's a good metaphor, in my opinion. If not, you could scratch it from the record. You turn to your wife, two marriages. One is you turn to your spouse and you say, you. You. And then in another way, you turn to her and you say, oh, so you. You hear the difference? So the Maggid says, there's a philosophy in life, l'cha, it's you. Everything is you. There's nothing outside of l'cha. And then there's another philosophy that says, oh, so you. I'm going to give you meiser. I'm going to give you a little part of my life. You're also part of the equation. You're also you. Shachris, Mincha, Ma'ariv, maybe even Daf Yomi. Maybe. I'll throw you a couple of good bones. Also you. The Maggid says like this. L'cha, when your philosophy is you, Yoim, then life is full of light. It's full of day. Af l'cha, if it's also you, Laila, it's miserable, it's dark. If you want to use the language of Chassidus, l'cha, when you're aware of l'cha, then yoim, it means you're not living in symptom, you're not living in concealment. Af l'cha, it means Laila, you're already a product of all the concealments, and therefore you think there's also you. You're not an atheist, you're not even an agnostic, you're a believer, also you. The whole nikud of Chassidus was to teach l'cha, to be in a state of yoim. So you say, well, 1 second, come on, I can't be such a limited person. I need diversity. It's like telling your wife, I need more. I need to have different relationships. If you want healthy relationships, you have to have one relationship that's all-encompassing and exclusive. Then you can have other healthy relationships. If not, there's no relationship that's healthy. You're not healthy. You're an addict. You understand what I'm saying, people? Or not? Huh? The Rebbe again gave a mashal in biology, a gewaldik mashal to illustrate this. How do you know your body is healthy? The first sign that a body is healthy is that you don't feel it. It's light. The moment, if I start feeling my pinky now, what does it mean? It means something is wrong. If I start feeling my head, what does it mean? An MRI, or at least I have a headache, maybe even a migraine. If I start feeling my foot, even if I start feeling heaviness, it means I'm lethargic. I'm not in a good shape, not in good posture. Somebody works out well, they're fit, etc. Then you feel light, right? You feel light. So the Rebbe said it should be the opposite. When your body is healthy, you should feel it even more. When my hand is healthy, I should feel it. No. You know why? Because a healthy body means it's plugged into the soul. It doesn't have a separate identity. What does it mean a body is alive? That it's a channel for the soul. It's a keli. Pater afalakli. So it's the soul being manifested through the body. That's why it's healthy. That's why you don't feel it. The moment there's detachment between the soul and the body, which means illness, you start feeling it. The same is true with the ego. When I'm self-conscious, right, I come into a room and I'm thinking, what do they think? What don't they think? You think this Farbrengen is going well? You think they're going to come back? You think Rabbi YY is doing well tonight? He's not doing well. Do people like it? Are they bored? Is this too long? Is this too short? You think they're going to applaud afterwards? Who's listening? Who's not listening? How many views, right? You want me to elaborate? I see you got the hint very well. And every person, you live in mental chatter, right? You come into a shir, you come into a speech. Yeah, the only seat that's available is the front row, right? You know that feeling, yeah? And you have a coat. Right? So now you have to take off the coat and sit down. And what happens? 45 minutes, you're still thinking about what you're thinking about, the fact that you're thinking about, the fact when you came and you didn't. The person is not alive. I'm always living in other people's thoughts and imaginations, and the mental chatter is like a scratch CD. It doesn't stop. That's what self-consciousness is. I'm not alive. We want the kli to be able to be light, to be transparent. It doesn't have to take up space. That's a healthy body. It doesn't take up space. You know who the healthiest people are? People who don't take up space. You know why? Not because they don't have confidence, because they have real confidence. They don't have to take up space. They're free. They're present fully. Why are they present fully? Because they don't have to occupy space. Am I here? Am I not here? You like me? You don't like me? Because I'm actually alive. Now, it's easy to say this. We're talking about the experience. It could be difficult, especially if I have trauma inside of me. So I'm in a survival mode. I can't let go. How can I let go? I can't let go. Because if I let go, I feel like I'm going to die. So that's why we have to learn about our soul, because the soul is never traumatized. The soul is always powerful. Nobody can destroy the soul, ever. That's the miracle of the soul. One of the greatest proofs, by the way, of God's existence is the experience of the soul. It's people that went through Gehenna. And yet you see that their soul watched it, knew it, observed it, saw it, and wasn't affected. It almost remained waiting for them to invite it back into their life. Say, how did that happen? If you take a mic or you take a machine and you break it and you abuse it and you destroy it, it's broken. You're not going to have a little chip in the machine 50 years later saying, I'm still good. A child was broken and destroyed by life. You expect him to be broken. I was once speaking to Bessel van der Kolk, who's a big expert on trauma. So he told me he's an atheist. So I asked him, I said, I don't see that you're cynical. You have seen so much suffering in your life. He saw a lot of suffering and PTSD. How do you not become cynical? Seeing so much suffering and evil that was afflicted from people on people, how do you not become cynical? So it's a question on the Jewish people too. How did they not become cynical? So he tells me, it's a good question, and the answer, Bessel tells me, because I see people's resilience. I see people that have every reason to live a depressed life and to give up on themselves. And yet, they have this inner spark that refuses to be extinguished. That takes away my cynicism. And it's always there. I see it in ways that I couldn't imagine. So I said, so maybe you're not an atheist. Maybe you're not such an atheist. What you're describing now is a spiritual core that you can't destroy. How do you not destroy that? If a person is just a random mutation of a couple of cells that by luck came together to congeal this thing we call consciousness, so you destroy it. You're talking about something that's indestructible. Why? Because it's divine. You can't destroy God. You can't destroy. I said, maybe you're not such an atheist the way you describe it. You're calling yourself an atheist. I forgot how I got into this. Anybody's following? Huh? You're in the flow. Okay, so why do I have to go back? Let's just continue the flow. What he answered? I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't. He probably smiled. I don't remember. It's online. You could look it up. It's online. It wasn't scratched, huh? The soul can't get destroyed ever. There's no such a thing. There's no such a thing. The soul could never get destroyed. And when I make the soul my best friend, I walk with it, so the soul has clarity. The soul always has clarity. The soul has pain. The soul feels pain. But the soul has clarity. The whole derech of the Alter Rebbe and the derech Chassidus is that a person tries to live 24/7 in this space. And now, of course, we stumble and we fail and we get back up and we make mistakes and we have to be accountable for our mistakes. We're all human beings and we make mistakes. Certainly I make mistakes. But the point is, we don't allow mistakes to derail us and make us feel that we're losers again. Rather, we use them as lessons and catalysts to be able to go into that space. And that's why in the morning, davening in the morning and learning Chassidus in the morning is so critical. Why? Because the morning is when you set the tone. When a Jew spends time every morning, you agree? Yeah. When a Jew spends time every morning, my son is applauding me, that's not a small thing. Mele strangers, okay, when your son applauds you, you know. Huh? Oh, I see. Okay, Mendel, message well taken. Point well taken. The shear is a good thing, but let not that be an excuse for you. It's a good thing, but let not that be an excuse. What happens is the soul needs attention. My brother says you have to go into the spa every day. Study, prayer, action. Study, prayer, action. A person needs to tune in to their neshama. When you learn Chassidus in a serious way, the soul is nourished, it's nurtured, it's given oxygen. That's what it needs, oxygen. And when a person davens, it's the relationship. It's you actually go into that space of the relationship of dveikus. A person has to let go of the machshavas that confuse and go into the relationship. And then the day can follow that trajectory. The way I eat, the way I do business, the way I deal with people, the way I deal with competition, the way I deal with my family, the way I deal with my spouse, with my children, the way I deal with disappointment, with frustration, the way I deal with my lawyer, the way I deal with the police that stops me on Forshay because I went 41 instead of 33. The way I deal with the insurance companies. I'm talking about all the things that make you meshuggah. The way you deal with the news even. The news is painful. But the soul responds to the news not from a place of victimhood, from a place of clarity. What is my responsibility now? How am I going to bring light into the world? We often get angry now about the news for good reason. But behind the anger, there's love. The reason you're angry is because you love your people. So instead of getting obsessed with anger, I want to say, what am I going to do as a result of the love for my people, the love for my land, the love for my brothers and sisters? So the Yesod of Yutas Kislev is the Chag HaGeula that empowers each and every one of us to be able to say, L'cha yoim, I want to live in a place of love. I want to live in a space of light. I don't want to be in a place of darkness. I don't want to. I had enough darkness. I want to be in a space of Geula, in a space of Chag HaGeula, in a space of Pada B'Shalom Nafshi where the soul is liberated. I want to be in a space of L'cha yoim, of light. And that means to be in a space of love. To be in a space of clarity, to be in a space of unity, to be in a space of authenticity. It's always of truth. Love, light, truth. Those are the words. Because love is light and light is true. It's never falsehood. It's to be able to be open to the reality. You'll say there's so many thoughts and emotions that attack this perception. That's true. They do. But when you're in touch with your soul, you develop a mechanism of how to deal with them. Put them in their space. Sometimes you have to tell them, not now. Come back with another script. You tell your thoughts, come back with another script. I'm not going into a place of despair, frustration, hate, jealousy, resentment, anger. Come back with another script. Your brain works for you. You don't work for your brain. Sometimes you have to go into what's coming in. You have to find out what's happening, and you could slowly reorient it, even transform it. So this is what the Maggid said the last Shabbos of his life, and he articulated one of the Yesodis that the Alter Rebbe taught, that the Malachim that are sent from Yaakov, and that's the angel in each person, is a Malach, and when it goes to Esav, but when it goes to Esav, the Mamoshus is by Esav. The soul never ever left Yaakov. Anything I'm dealing with, your soul is always plugged in, always connected. I have to plant grain, I plant grain. And I have to go into a difficult situation, I'll go into a difficult situation. But your soul is always connected to the source. And then you don't have to flatter, you don't have to lie, you don't have to cheat, you don't have to deceive, you don't have to be a people's pleaser, you don't have to manipulate, you don't have to exploit. The soul never has to do any of these things. Because it's plugged into the source. It's not gaining its existence by somebody else saying that they like me and they give me validation. May Hashem help us all to be able to live this geula, be able to live in this space. And from the individual geula, the individual, when everybody reveals the spark of Mashiach inside of them, like it says in Moirei Nai in Parshas Chukas, then the collective Mashiach is revealed. Because the collective Mashiach is built from every little Mashiach inside every person. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. L'chaim, l'chaim. The soul experiences pain, but there's a clarity it experiences. Pain, yeah, but the clarity. It doesn't descend into despair and victimhood.
Tell me, I have to say, I know my been saying, I'm a clinical psychologist. How do you know so much about these things? I have a PhD. You have beyond that.
What's your name? I'm sorry. First name?
David.
You live here? You live here?
I live in Passaic.
Wow, okay.
You come to Passaic?
Once in a while, when I'm invited. Gewaldig, a lot of atzlacha. So you came tonight in honor of this?
Yes.
How did you know about it?
I have a good friend,
Gewaldig. Thank you for coming. It's an honor to have you, Reb David. Atzlacha in your avodas hakodesh. To bring healing to the soul and the body.
This stuff gives me business.
Yeah. Yomke, was machst du?
I want the New Orleans people to see me right.
Pleasure.
Came in the camera over here.
Okay, wave to them.
They told me to wave to the camera. This is the best way I could do it. Straight again.
Lock it up and everything.
I asked him, I said I could either be in New Orleans or I could be here. So I'm here today. Monday morning I'm going to go to New Orleans. But it's ready. The parties are over there already.
Okay, with Hatzlacha, Amen. Amen. B'tach Klal Yisrael. Aleichem, Shimon. How are you? I want to give you a special present. How are you?
and I'm sure life is falling apart. I want to brother because you are easy and with Hatzlacha.
You have tremendous Hatzlacha and everything. Techer Chavas Adas, Menuchas HaNefesh, Menuchas HaGuf. Maybe a slow nigga do. You could do that now. That's not the hachana. That's not the nigan hachana.
Get all the million please from me.
Thank you so much. A lot of hatzlacha. What's your name?
My name is Michael Mordechai.
Hatzlacha Rabbi. Vanigla. No, finish it. Sing now the Alter Rebbe's Nig in the Dalet Babas. Ya 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 ba 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 ya ba ya ba ya ba ya ba ba ya ba 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 ya ya ba ya ba ba ya ba ya ba 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 ya
ya ba 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 ya 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 ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ya ba ya ba ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ya ba 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 ya ba ya ba ya ya da ya ba 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 ya marada ya ba 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 ya 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 ba 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 ya ya ba 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 bye 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 ya 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 dam ba 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 ya ya ba ba ya ba ba ya ba 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 ya ba ya ba ya ba ha ba 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 ya 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 da ya da ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ba ya ba hai ba 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 ya ya na de ya ba 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 yo ya ba ya oh ya da ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ay oh ya ya ba ba ay ba 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 ay ya na ma ya 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 da da ya da da ya ba ya ba ya ya na ma ya 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 ba 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 ya ba ya ba ya ba ha ba 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 ya na ya 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 yo ya bye 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 ya ba 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 ya ba ya ba ha ba 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 ya da ba 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 yo ya ba 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 yo ya ba ba ma ba ay ay ba ba ma ba 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 ma ya ba 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 ya ba ya ba ha ba 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 ya da ya da ya 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 yo ya 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 yo ya da ya ya ba 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 ya ba ya ba ya ba ha ba 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 ay 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 yo ya 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 yo ya ya da ya oh ya da ya ba ba ma ba ya oh yo ya ba ba ma ba 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 ha ba 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 ha ba 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 ya na ma ya ba da da ya ba ba ya ba ma ba da da nia jet sich lab sich da ist nam me bod ja kan schon get nia jet sich lab sich da ist nam me bod ja mit pa ja dem na kan schon get am me bod hey
l'chaim, 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 l'chaim. I want to thank our special musician and vocalist. They're all the way from South Africa, Cape Town and Johannesburg. As a vocalist, we have Chani Goldman. And as our pianist, we have Yochanan Riss, Chani Riss, both from South Africa. So I want to thank them both. They came from the other side of the world. Thank you for enriching us with the beautiful song and music. Shira bekli ubepeh. Kol bali hasher yotzim b'shir v'nimshachim b'shir. Also want to give special gratitude to David and Ida Schattenstein, who sponsored this Farbrengen, in honor of all of our brothers and sisters in the Holy Land and all of our soldiers and all of the hostages kidnapped in captivity, and for all of the Jewish people in Eretz Yisrael, for the wounded and for the families of the slain, and for the entire Jewish nation in Israel and the world over. Hashem Yishmar Tzeisam Uvayam Me'ata V'Adaylam. We should see a complete victory, Didan Notzach, and a complete redemption. And thank you very much. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. L'chaim. I shared this morning a story. It's a beautiful story that occurred in the year Tafresh Samach Gimel, 1903. The Rebbe Rashab, the fifth Lubavitcher Rebbe, Kveit Kedushas Admur Reb Shalom Dov Ber Schneerson, traveled from Russia, where he lived. He lived in Lubavitch, which is in Belarus. He traveled to Vienna, in Austria. And he spent there a few months. And the main purpose of his visit was medical. He was suffering medically. He also visited then Dr. Sigmund Freud, he visited. And he went there for treatments. He also went to Preshburg, to the Yeshiva of the Chassam Sofer. He was there together with his son, the sixth Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Rebbe Rayatz, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak. Each day, they would visit a shul. It was a shtibel of Primishlaner Chsidim. You heard of Reb Meir of Primishlaner? So this was a Primishlaner shul in Vienna. It was a Chsidish shul. And the Rebbe Rashab would go there, he would daven there and learn there. And he liked it very much because he didn't know who he was. Then it's not like today, with technology and social media, you know who everybody is. In Russia, he was considered one of the leaders of Russian Jewry. But in Vienna, in that shul, they didn't know who he was, so he liked it that way. He could be clandestine and just, do his own thing. And his son said, Rebbe Rayatz related that they would sit in shul in Primishlan, usually 6 hours a day, and they would learn Choshe Mishpat. They went through Choshe Mishpat, basically primarily Tur Choshe Mishpat, Beis Yosef, with the Noise Kelim, the Mefarshim. So they would spend there around 6 hours a day learning Choshe Mishpat in this Primishlan shul. One day, an elderly chassid from a chassid of Primishlan came over to the Rebbe Rashab, to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. He didn't know who he was. And he said, young man, I see that you learn Bahasmadu, Shkida, you're steiging, you're diligent. All very nice. Aber was wird sein mit der Herz? What's going to be with your heart? You're so busy learning, and obviously your intellectual achievement is amazing, and it's beautiful. But he said, the hearts, you need a heart. What are you going to do for your heart? So the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who, if you know the Rebbe Rashab, he was a Kaddish alien. And if you know his Maimarim, many of his Maimarim are filled with Avodas Halev, how to permeate the heart, but he didn't know who he's talking to. So he's like, enough, you're with your Litvische Geoines, but for hearts. So the Lubavitcher Rebbe smiles, he liked it, and he says, Bezgerecht, you're right, tell me, how do I acquire a heart? So this old Chassidish Yid was elated, he was so successful, one vart, and he already penetrated, he was so excited. He says, I'll get you something. And he goes, and he brings out a sefer, a book. It happened to be the Tanya. And he gives it to the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and he says, start learning this, to gefin in our hearts, to hub in our hearts. You learn this, you'll find a heart. So the Rebbe Rashab took the sefer, he looked at it, he held it close to him, and he said, yeah, this is a good sefer, this is a good sefer, this is a good sefer, this is a good sefer. It's not a coincidence that the 32nd chapter of Tanya, Perek Lamed Beis, Leiv, is all about Avos Yisrael. Where the Alter Rebbe says that V'ahavta l'recha kamoicha comes when you recognize that all the Jewish people have one soul, even though the soul is manifested, it's manifested in different bodies. And the Alter Rebbe says that's why Hillel said that the whole Torah is Avos Yisrael. Hillel told the non-Jew that the whole Torah is Avos Yisrael, everything else is commentary. How could you say that? If I'm learning about Muktzah, or I'm learning about Hilchas Erevin, or I'm learning Zavachim, or Menachos, or Chulin, or Babakama, or Babasra, what's the Shaykhis to Avos Yisrael? You're learning about different inyanim. You're learning Cheskas Habatim. You're learning about Macho. You're learning about an ox that gored a cow. You're learning about two people fighting over a cloak. You're learning about a lechi and a koida. Geshmak kesugis. Geshmak. What does that do with Avos Yisrael? Says Hillel, no. Zeu kol ha-Torah kula. Ve'idach pirushu zil gmar. So the Alter Rebbe explains in Tanya and Perek Lev, because the whole Torah is a way of getting in touch with your soul. The whole nekuda of Torah is lahalis or lahagbiya ha-nefesh al-aguf. To be able to create supremacy in your life, that the soul is supreme. Because the soul is one, the soul is divinity. And the guf, like we spake, is a channel for the soul. Every sugya in Torah is a way of tuning in to oneness. And therefore, every sugya in Gemara is about Avos Yisrael. If you're learning a Tosfos in Zvachim, or a Rashbi in Kiddushin, or the Bakiva Ege Marachim Maseches Shabbos, if it doesn't make me a more loving person, I didn't learn it well. There's something I was missing. Because if you learn Torah, it's Chachmas Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it gets you in touch more to the place, to the wisdom, to the perspective of your soul. Every svara in Gemara, svara of Abaya, a svara of Rabashi, a svara of the Ritva, a mahalach of the Rambam, it's Chachmas Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's the way Hashem understands the world. It's the divine, the Alter Rebbe calls it Chachmei Elah. Vayitzak Shemen al Rosh, he took Chachmei Elah and he brought it down into the stone, into the oisius, that the Torah, the Shosh and Agachas Apara, I could see Chachmei Elah, Chachmas Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Baruch Ber used to say, so the logic, so the Torah logic. Torah logic. There's the logic of Torah. What's the logic of Torah? Chachmas Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's his divine wisdom. Every svara, even the Gemara says, Hadar Abashi B'dusahi. It's Chachmas Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a svara of Reb Meir, a vart of Reb Yossi, the head of Rashi. It's Chachmas Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a perspective. And Elu Ve'elu Divrei Elokim Chaim, even though it's filled with arguments, because it's all Chachmei Elah. So the Alter Rebbe says it gets you closer to your soul. It gets you closer to your soul. It means you're full of love. And this was one of the yesodis of Chassidus, that sometimes I could learn, I could do mitzvahs, I could be very frum, but I'm missing the core, love. I'm missing the core, real love. Sometimes I become judgmental. The Torah becomes a form of chas v'shalom egotism. It's me versus you. I could get a superiority complex. I'm completely stripped from Chachmei Elah. I use it as a crutch to be able to feel good about my intellectual prowess, and I'm losing the bittul. The whole Torah is bittul. The whole Torah is bittul. It's dveikus. And when I'm sitting, if I learn Gemara for a few hours, certainly Kol Hayom, it's the ultimate dveikus. And if it's not transforming that core, something is I'm not in touch with. I'm getting the chitzonius. I'm not in touch with the pnimius. Still a gewaldige mitzvah. But the nekuda, the neshama is Avos Yisrael. There was once the Alter Rebbe in the middle of Kol Nidre. He was davening. It was the middle of Kol Nidre in Shul, in Liozna. He lived in Liozna. So there's a little town in Belarus. And it was the middle of Kol Nidre. And suddenly the Alter Rebbe took off his talis and he left the shul in the middle of Kol Nidre. So first they thought he left for a minute, 2 minutes, He's not coming back. Who leaves the shul? He doesn't come back. Later they found out the story. Alter Rebbe went to the end of town, the Balagula. and he went into somebody's house. There was a woman there who gave birth a few days before, a few hours before, and the family left to go daven. Everybody wants to go Yom Kippur, so everybody left. And the poor woman was in a dire situation. And the Alter Rebbe went and he chopped wood on the Yom Kippur, and he made a fire, and he cooked soup, and he fed her soup. The night of Yom Kippur. So the Rebbe said over the story, and he said, "L'chayre was the greise Zach, pikuach nefesh is mitzvah begadol." If a woman or Yeledis in a state of pikuach nefesh, you're allowed to do everything for her. Any person who's pikuach nefesh, and the halacha by pikuach nefesh in Shulchan Aruch and Hilchos Shabbos is mitzvah begadol. It's a mitzvah dafka by a gadol. So what's the pella? The Rebbe says the pella is azay. The Alter Rebbe was in shul the night of Yom Kippur. He didn't have a walkie-talkie beeper from Hatzalah. A siren that Hatzalah called him, Chavedim called him. He was in shul in the Azna and Kol Nidre. So everybody knows that every Jew, even a simple Jew, the night of Kol Nidre is in a state of special inspiration. Especially in the olden days in a shtetl, where everyone was not scattered in 1,000 places with Pizur HaNefesh. Jews were basically more probably focused and single-minded. It says in Shulchan Aruch, in Tur Doimen Kemalachim, on Yom Kippur, everybody's like an angel. This is a regular Jew. Never mind, you're talking about the Alter Rebbe, who was a Neshama Datzilas, that even on a regular Wednesday, he was a channel for Ein Sof. You can understand the Alter Rebbe's dveikus on the night of Yom Kippur. In middle of Kol Nidre, with a talus. It says in Zohar, the talus is Prisu de Malka. Prisu de Malka means the king envelops him. The talus is an Makiv, but I may not feel it. But by Alter Rebbe, the Prisu de Malka was felt consciously. So on Kol Yom Kippur, in middle of Kol Nidre, with a talus, Prisu de Malka, he felt that there's a Yoldes, there's a woman who gave birth, who needs a hot bowl of soup. That's what he felt. You're in such dveikus, forget about Olam Hazeh. But this is what Chassidus taught, that the deepest form of dveikus is love. The deepest form of dveikus is Avos Yisrael. And if attachment with Hashem and Yom Kippur takes you away from that, it's spiritual, it's lofty, aber emes is es nicht. Atzmus it's not. Elokus it's not. It's very lofty, it's very sublime, it's maybe very beautiful. But real authenticity, real dveikus, it's not. Because at the core of everything is Yisrael Olah B'machshava. At the core of everything is connection. Like the Baal Shem Tov said, a neshama comes down for 70, 80 years to do a favor to a person. A neshama comes down for 70, 80 years to do a favor to a Jew in Gashmis, and especially in Ruchnis, the Baal Shem Tov said. When the Rebbe said over the story, he said, with this you can maybe understand a Gemara in Maseches Yuma Daf Mem Zayin. It's an interesting Gemara. The Gemara says that there was a mother, her name was Kimchis, and she saw two sons of hers serve as Koyanim Gedolim, as high priests in the Beis HaMikdash on the same day. What happened? She had a son, Rabbi Shmuel ben Kimchis, and he went to the marketplace. The Gemara in Yuma, Mem Zayin, I think Mem Zayin, and there was an Arab talking to him. An Arvi, he was talking to an Arab. The Arab had saliva or spit. So the saliva of the Arvi fell on the Kohen God. The halacha is that there's a tumah over there, tumah zav, because you don't know the situation of the roik. It could be from. So the chachamim were guys a tumah zav, so he couldn't be a Kohen Gadol. So they had to appoint his brother. So the mother saw two brothers Kohen Gadol on the same day. So the question is, why do they have to appoint his brother? He could wait, count 7 clean days, and then go to the mikveh, Mayim Chayim, and become to and go back. Why do they have to appoint his brother? So Rashi says Yom Kippur Hoya, Yom Kippurim Hoya. It was Yom Kippur. Because it was Yom Kippur you need a Kohen Gadol right away. You can't wait 7 days. After 7 days, it's not going to be Yom Kippur. It's going to be Simchas Torah. It's going to be Sukkot. So they had to appoint him. Halacha by Yom Kippur is the Beisei Zu Ishtai. First Mishnah in Yuma, you need a Kohen Gadol. V'chipper ba'adoy avad Beisei. Beisei Zu Ishtai has to be married. He was so he has to be married. That's one halacha, but the first halacha is you need a Kohen Gadol to do the avodah even before marriage. So B'meila, he was, just like they have to have a second one, Maskin and La'ishach, they had to have a second Kohen Gadol sometimes prepared. And even if not, the guy was, the person was available, so he became Tamei on Yom Kippur, so they appointed his brother. So the Marsha asks a question there, he says he doesn't agree with Rashi. What's the Kohen Gadol doing Yom Kippur in the shuk, talking to an Arab? Hatnish Besavas at Yom Kippur, or he got bored from the sermon. Kohen Gadol didn't have to hear sermons. Meila today Yom Kippur you have to hear drashas. Or hear chazonim. I don't mean this chazan. He's a world-renowned Cape Town chazan. Or our chazan by us. But sometimes it's a little... they say that there was once the Kazakh who went into shul and he took the rabbi. He took the chazan and he took the president to the forest and he said, I'm going to kill you all. But I'm going to give you a final wish. So the rabbi says, yeah, I have a final wish. All year I prepare my Yom Kippur sermon. So do me a favor, let me do the drush and then you'll kill me. He said, no problem, you could do it. What about the chazan? The chazan says, all year I can prepare my songs for Yom Kippur. Let me sing all the songs and then kill me. So he turns to the president, what's your request? He says, kill me first. So Mela, I understand somebody is busy with chazanim and maises and sermons, he gets bored. What was the Yom Kippur doing in the marketplace? He's supposed to be in the Beis HaMikdash. It's a busy day, Yom Kippur. He's in the marketplace talking to an Arab, but he had to get consultation from him. So the Marsha says, he doesn't agree with Rashi. The Marsha says it was Erev Yom Kippur. It was Erev Yom Kippur. It wasn't Yom Kippur. It was Erev Yom Kippur. And he became Tamei. So they needed another Kohen Gadol, so they took his brother. So the Rebbe said that also doesn't make sense. The Mishnah says in Yom, Shivas Yamim Kaidem Yom HaKippurim, Mafrishin Kohen Gadol Mebeisai. 7 days they already took him out. When the Yerushalmi says in Yom, they took him to the place Machne Shechina. He wasn't Stam, they took him to a place. They took him to Man, they took him right there, by the Beis HaMikdash. In Machne Shechina, the Harabayas, in the Beis HaMikdash. So certainly, Erev Yom Kippur, which is already the last day before Yom Kippur, what's he doing in a shuk by an Arvi? It's a big pella, but Rashi says it was on Yom Kippur. So the Rebbe said a vart, it was used as Kislev Tavshin Chav. He said a vart, that apparently the Kohen Gadol went to the shuk, especially in the middle of Yom Kippur, to talk to somebody. Why? So there was a Jew who needed help. And this Arab had the ability to help him, this Arvi. And he was the Kohen Gadol, so he was a prominent person, the most prominent person. He had to go speak to him. So he went to speak to him on Yom Kippur. Stellt sich the Shaila, Hagufa Kasha. You have a good excuse, but it's Yom Kippur. It's Yom Kippur. You're going into Kodesh HaKadoshim in a few minutes. You came out of Kodesh HaKadoshim. You have nothing better to do to go to an Arab, talk to him. You didn't talk to him about Hilchas Yom Kippur. You didn't talk to him about the Geder of Soyer La'azazel, Tchiyasei Zu Shchitasei. You didn't talk about him, the Ktoiris L'fnai V'L'fnim and the Machloikas of the Tzdukim and the Chacham. You didn't talk about the Chiluk of Bigdei Zav and Bigdei Lavan. He went to speak to the Arab, whatever you speak to them about. And Nachmer, he became Tamei, and he knew he could become Tamei. Wie kommt es? So the Rebbe said, here you see in Gemara the side of the story of the Alter Rebbe, that the Kohen Gadol understood as Tzotana Toiva Yidin, to do a favor to another Jew is deeper than everything. So if you're really going into Kodesh HaKadoshim, if you really want to connect to the Yechidah, Shebenefesh, where is it going to express itself? It's going to express itself in love. It's going to express itself that you're ready to go out and speak to an Arvi to help a Jew, even if that means you might become Tamei, and Itaka becomes Tamei. What does this tell us? This tells us that when we divorce Judaism from love, we're missing the whole point. We're missing the soul. And today you see among the Jewish people an explosion of Avos Yisrael. Because the Jewish people noticed in a moment of crisis, we don't have anybody else. That's in the negative, but there's the positive. We have each other. But sometimes you see a sad thing, that Dafka people who grew up with Torah and grew up with Yiddishkeit, they get stuck in religion and they lose the core. They lose the neshama. Religion becomes a language that's divorced from divinity. It's divorced from Ein Sof. It's like a din. It's like a geder. And it could be a force for division, not a force of unity. Sometimes I'm missing the pnimius of Yiddishkeit. And I just become judgmental. And there's a whole shaklevataya of Chachmei Chelem. If you're allowed to be grateful to the soldiers, or you have to be grateful, you don't have to be grateful. Ganze Pilpulim with Rayas, with Agdoras, with Echachas. You have little kids who want mamash hasidus nefesh on a daily basis, pshutik mashmoi, many of them killed. And for one reason, because they're protecting the Jewish people. The Gemara says about Harugei Lud, Ein kol berya yechayla lamed b'mechitzasa. There's not a single person who can argue that al pi halacha, if there's a nachrim, if there's anti-Semites who come to attack a Jewish city, wherever it is, in Etzol or Chutzlarts, it's a mitzvah, habala harga chashkem laharga. The only reason Talmidim could sit and learn Torah is because there's people who go and fight the enemy. If not, it would be a mitzvah on every single Jew who could physically to go fight the enemy. Pikuach nefesh is doich everything. And nobody can argue with that. It's a din in Shulchan Aruch. If somebody comes with a gun to kill a child in your house and you say, sorry, I'm busy learning, well, you could shoot him. I'm busy learning. You're a shayfich dome. The reason people could, Baruch Hashem, sit and learn and be mamshich, the schus ha-Torah, because Torah is essential for victory, Torah magna matzal, is because there's people who do the physical war. So instead of realizing that there's a partnership, and it's one people, and it's one nation, the Gemara says in Sanhedrin, Vahi David Eisa kol mishpat v'yoyav ben Sriya al Atzava. So the Gemara says, if not for Yoav on the field, David could never sit and learn Torah. And if not for David learning, Yoav would not be able to be successful on the field. When we lose the Chachmas shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when we lose the sensitivity, what is Yiddishkeit? What is Pnimiyus HaTorah? When we lose the heart, we could start thinking in ways that are sadly very, very off the very insensitive and also very inauthentic. We lose the plot. Dafke b'nei Torah are those who have to embody Avos Yisrael with every fiber of their being. If not, we lost the plot. But sometimes when there's a time of crisis, I could dig in my claws deeper into my stubborn perspective and not open myself up to the truth. Kol doidi doifik, that the whole Klal Yisrael needs more than anything else is Achdus, Avos Yisrael. Sometimes you see it today in the furthest places where people will get disconnected. Just a few months ago, there were Jews who were screaming, we don't care not about Eretz Yisrael, we don't care about Am Yisrael, we don't care about Torah Yisrael, and these very same Jews are asking for tefillin and tzitzis and want to connect. So Dafka, those Jews who were educated with Torah, they should be the vanguard, they should be the poster the children, they should be the one who scream, V'hafta l'recha kamoicha yomam v'layla. But what can sometimes happen is the Torah is divorced from Kedushas HaTorah. The Torah is divorced from Pnimiyus HaTorah. Or in a simple word, Melayit Nishki Chassidus. Or even if you learn Chassidus, you don't internalize Chassidus. You don't internalize it. So I don't realize that the whole Nekuda of Torah is Achdus. Achdus Hashem, Achdus Yisrael, and Achdus HaTorah. And Achdus Ein Sof. The Achdus of Ein Sof. A real Jew, a Jew who's plugged in, is a Jew who breathes and is living, is a walking presence of love. Love doesn't mean you're wishy-washy, you're spineless, you don't have opinions. That's not what love means. Love means you're connected to Hashem every moment. I don't live in a place of ego. I live in a place of dveikus. So I don't have to be judgmental. I see the soul in people. I look at a Jew, I see the neshama. I see the chelik elokam imal mamash. I spoke about the Rebbe Rashab with the Vienna. So he had a chassid, his name was Reb Monya Mosenson. He was an affluent person. He was a diamond connoisseur. And he was a big Talmud Chacham too. Very successful person. Torah Gdula B'Makom Echad. He once came to visit the Rebbe for Yom Tov, and he had a minig. He always brought the Rebbe a beautiful diamond that he would give him as a gift to use for tzedakah. Every Yom Tov that he came, he got his best diamond, and he gave it away to the Rebbe for charity, to be used for charitable purposes. And then one year he came, and there was a line of people going into the Rebbe, and in front of him, there was a person who was like a very simple Jew, a ish pashat. And this person, the Rebbe Rashab, the fifth Lubavitch Rebbe, spent a lot of time with him. And then when it came his turn, he was there for only a few minutes, and the conversation was over. So he got a little, he got offended or insulted. He's a chosh of a person, and a successful person, and a ben Torah, and a Talmid Chacham, and he was also wealthy. This person in front of him was a very simple person. But he didn't want to tell anything to the Rebbe, so he didn't say something, but he felt it in his heart. After Yom Tov, he went in to say goodbye, and he gave the Rebbe this beautiful diamond. And he said, Rebbe, this is krem de la krem. This is incredibly expensive diamond, which is worth an enormous amount of money. So the Lubavitcher Rebbe takes a look, and with diamonds you have to be, there's a whole chush. Takes a look. He says, Ich seh nicht. I don't see the specialty. So he starts explaining to the Lubavitcher Rebbe the cut, the quality, the richness, the purity, all of the light, the luminescence, the brightness. I'm not a connoisseur, but all of the aspects of a diamond. He takes a look, he says, Ich seh nicht. I don't see anything special. So he explains more and more and more. Finally, the Rebbe skips and saying, I don't see. So he was a little frustrated. So he says, Rebbe, was soll ich euch sagen? Als kommt zu einem Dement, man darf sein am Maven. What should I tell you? When it comes to diamonds, you have to be an expert. You have to be an expert. So the Rebbe looks at him and says, Emes, und wenn es kommt zu Neshamas, darf man sein am Maven. And when it comes to souls, you have to be an expert. Or in simple words, you're a diamond connoisseur, I won't tell you how to run your business. I'm a soul connoisseur, don't tell me how to run my business. There's a diamond connoisseur, there's a soul connoisseur. He hit the spot. Af neshamas darf man sein am Maven. The Rebbe writes in Tanya, Perek Lamed Beis, when it comes to neshamas, he says, you remember the Lashon? Exactly. Mendel, what is the Lashon? B'diuk. B'shagam, yeah? Okay. But the Rebbe says, you look at souls, you never know. We look at people very superficially. I look at you based on my own issues. When you look at a soul, you have to understand, Kulon Masima is Va'av Echad L'Kulona. And nobody even knows the shayrish of a neshama, what's in a neshama. I look at your clothes, I look at your shirt, I look at what type of shirt, what type of yama. Right away I have opinions and perspectives. And we don't look at souls. And the moment Judaism stops looking at souls, it's stripped from its power, from its infinity. Especially in our time, especially in this tkufa. And that's one of the key, the main nekudas of the Baal Shem Tov and the Maggid and the Alter Rebbe, that a Jew is saturated, is filled, is a gate Avos Yisrael. He's a walking engine, a walking fireball of love. And Avos Yisrael extends to the love of humanity. It extends to the love of the world, because it extends to the love of everything that's real, of everything that's good in the world, of every Tzelem Elokim. They once asked the Alter Rebbe, what's a greater mitzvah? Avos Hashem or Avos Yisrael? Sometimes you'll tell a person, like, what's more important? People ask all these questions. To do this or to do that? Here in Shul, I was davening Shachris one day, it was last week or 2 weeks ago. So you get an interesting question, but this was a question I didn't expect. I was waiting to start Shachris, it was time to begin. So a Yid comes over and he says, can I ask you something? I said, I'm going to down with fat. It says, yeah. He says he lost his mother. So he's davening for the Amit. He already was trying to do 2 minyanim before, but they were taken by others. So this is the third try. He finally got the shtender to daven. And he's about to start. A Yid comes over to him. and says, listen, if I'm not the chazan, I don't daven. I don't daven. The only way I could daven is if I lead the services. So if you want to be the chazan, fine, but I'm not going to daven today. If you want I should daven, you have to let me be the chazan. You hear? So he comes to me, says, Rabbi, why? What's the psak? On one hand, I'm the chazan. I want to say kaddish for my mother. I want to daven for the Amit. But this Jew is threatening me that what? He's not going to daven. He's leaving. I don't want to make him not daven. You see how Jewish guilt works? Poor guy is waiting 2 minyanim. He's now finally a third minyan, and this guy threw this curveball on him. So he comes to me. So now it's my problem. So what am I supposed to do? So I told him I'll be the chazan. No, just joking. I also want to be the chazan. I don't have that taiva usually. Chabanda the taiva is not that taiva. But those of you who have a taiva for a stender, you know it's a big taiva, by the way. It's not a simple thing. You can't just say, go to therapy. Go eat sholent. You don't just say that. I had an uncle, Reb Shmuel Levitin, so he used to say, it says in Shulchan Aruch that a chazan, Shani Yom Kippur, should have a leiv nishbar, should have a humble heart. So he says, that's why I love the Bal Tefillah for Shachris. Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, you know why? Because he has a leiv nishbar. He has a broken heart. You know why? He thinks, I should have gotten Musaf. So he says, the chazan of Shachris I like. He has a leiv nishbar. He has a broken heart. So I looked at this fellow, and I said, listen, I can't tell you what to do. I can't. What am I going to tell you? You took the stender. But if you want my advice, I can give you advice. He says, yeah, I want your advice. So I said, are you in a crazy rush? He says, no. So I said, I would suggest this. Let him have the stender. You use these 15 minutes either to learn Tanya, because the next minyan is 15 minutes. Go to the second tent, do the 15 minutes Tanya, or Chumash and Rashi from the week. So the 15 minutes will be productive. You learn Torah. 15 minutes you learn Chumash and Rashi, the Shir of the week. And you'll daven over there, and the violet this Yid will daven. And then I went over to this Jew. And he says, what should I do? If I'm not the chazan, I don't daven. I said, okay, no problem. But daven, you understand, he wants the stender. He says, what does he need the stender? He'll say Kaddish. I said, what do you need? He said, I want to daven for my mother. I want to daven for my mother. So I said, okay, so listen. When you daven for the Amid, it should also be La'ila Nishmas' mother. And then I went to his minyan, the second minyan in the tent. I also waited 15 minutes. I went to his minyan. I waited for my reasons, but I went to his minyan. I said, you see, your mother has today 2 chazon. Today, your mother didn't get 1 tefillah. Your mother got double kadeshim, double tefillahs, because he's also doing it for your mother. And you learned 15 minutes before davening also for your mother. So you see, it's a win-win. And he was so happy, and the other person was so happy. And then I realized, when you look at something in a proper perspective, it becomes win-win. Zenena v'zenena. So they asked the Alter Rebbe, what's this perspective? They asked the Alter Rebbe, what's greater, the mitzvah of Avos Hashem or the mitzvah of Avos Yisrael? It's like I heard Rabbi Rudinsky give a shir. A bacher told him his mother is making a Hanukkah party. She wants him to come. But he has a shir. He wants to learn. So what comes first? Talmud Torah or Kibbutz? You remember the shir? You remember his psak? Huh? Yeah. So people have all these questions. What? Your mother's Hanukkah party or you're learning? What comes first? So they asked Alter Rebbe, what's Avos Hashem or Avos Yisrael? Which one is more important? There's 2 mitzvahs. No, so you would think the Alter Rebbe was a big Magdir, Shulchan Aruch Harav. He would find a piece of art. So the Alter Rebbe said, Avos Yisrael is the uptight from Avos Hashem. Avos Yisrael is the definition, it's the explanation of Avos Hashem. It's like, what's greater, the Gemara or Rashi? What's greater, Chumash or Rashi? Rashi is explaining the Gemara. Avos Yisrael is explaining Avos Hashem. And the Alter Rebbe said, Oyhev masha ha'ohuv oyhev. There's love, and then there's love, what the beloved one loves, and that's real love. Somebody comes to me and says, Rabbi, why I love you. Your children, I hate their guts. I hate them. I don't want to look at them. You, I love you. I'll do anything for you. Your children, I hate their guts. No, what do you tell them? You Achen weh to the love. I love you, your spouse. I hate your spouse. I hate your kids. I hate your grandkids. So a Yid comes to shul and he screams, V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha b'chol levavcha b'chol nafshecha b'chol moedecha. I love you, Hashem, I love you. You come out of shul and you see another Jew. You, I hate your guts. You, wer bist du b'chlal? God says, Du mir a teva, I don't need your love. I don't need your love. If you can't love my children, go find somebody else to love. Avos Yisrael is the taich von Avos Hashem. That's the real taich Avos Hashem. You love what the beloved loves. That's real love. Don't love God in heaven. Love God in the person. God is in love with every Jew. He's in love. Doesn't mean you can't have a disagreement. Doesn't mean there's nothing to fix. But where's the love? The love, love, love. The Jewish people need love. We need to love each other. We need to bring back that beautiful word called Ava. Unconditional, real love. And if you don't believe me, that every Jew is deserving of love, ask Hamas. Because when you look at them, they didn't distinguish between what type of Jew it was. They murdered with the same glee, with the same joy. A baby, and an elderly woman, and a peace activist, and somebody who sent toys to Gaza, and a religious Jew, and a secular Jew, and a left-winger, and a right-winger, and a radical leftist, a Smolani radikali, and a Yemini fundamentalist, and an atheist, and a kibbutznik, and a Smolanik, with the same passion like any other Jew. So Jews have to ask the question, why do they hate us all in the same way? There's something that unites us. What is it? What is it that unites us all, that they want everyone dead? Every single Jew, no difference how long your beard is. If you put on a Beinotam, Shemushiraber, and Ivid, and if you go to the mikveh once a year, Yom Erev Yom Kippur, or you go every day, or you go once in Nun Alofim Yovlus. Something unites us. Somehow they hate all of us, but Surah Shavim Mamish, identically. This triggered in the Jewish people the emes. What unites us? Nekudas HaYechida, the Chachma Shebenefesh. What unites the Jewish people is that there's an infinite divine holiness embedded in every Jewish soul. No, Medav Zayin HaMaven, says the Rebbe. Medav Zayin HaMaven. And every Jew is a Maven, because the Neshama gets it. And that's why organically, naturally, the Jewish people are feeling so close. Who are the ones who have to embody this most? Dafka b'nei Torah. Dafka, people who are zoicha to spend their lives learning. They're the ones who should be the greatest embodiments of this love, because this is Kol HaTorah Kula. This is Gans Torah. That's why it's so critical at this moment to be able to learn and to teach and to live Pnimiyus HaTorah. What's Pnimiyus HaTorah? The Neshama of Torah. What's the Neshama of Torah? Ava. Avos Yisrael. And the Baal Shem Tov said, Avos Yisrael, Avos HaTorah, and Avos Hashem are all one. If a Jew loves Hashem, he loves Jews. And if he loves Jews, he loves Hashem. Because what am I loving? That's your nose, you watch. And if you love Torah, you love Avos Yisrael. And if you have Avos Yisrael and Avos Hashem, you have Avos HaTorah. Because Torah is the blueprint for existence. Stakel B'Raiso B'Ra'alma. What does it mean in our own lives? In our own lives, it's very simple. We're living today in a time that every single person has a hashpah, every single person has influence. Every person has influence on ourselves, on our families, on our community, on our relatives, on people that are close to us, on people that are work with us, every person in their own sphere. And the Jewish people today are looking for guidance and spirituality and inspiration and achdus and emunah. You have 2 or 3 million Jews in the United States that are Shomrei Torah mitzvahs. You have probably 1 million in Eretz Yisrael that was zoicha to be nischanach with Torah and nischanach with mitzvahs. If every single one of us would reach out to 4 Jews, 5 Jews, 6 Jews in this time, when Jews have been touched to the core and they're looking for identity, they're looking to connect, and influence them in a positive way with tremendous, authentic love and connection. You create a transformation in Klal Yisrael, a historic transformation in Klal Yisrael. I'm not talking about abstract things, even practical things on a daily basis. To put on tefillin, to say Shema, to go to shul, to give tzedakah, to learn Torah, chinuch, Shabbos candles, Shabbos, mikveh, mezuzah, or any of the other mitzvahs. Mitzvah of Avos Yisrael. On a daily basis, for every American Jew, you have tens of thousands of Jews, 100 or 200,000 Jews in Lakewood, and in Muncie, and in Borough Park, and in Williamsburg, and in Crown Heights, and in Monroe, and in New Jersey, and in all the areas, and of course the whole United States. Everyone has business associates, relatives, friends, people you meet, people you have a connection to, in one way or another. A classmate, a former classmate, a relative. And everyone would reach out, 4, 5, 6 people. There's only 15, 16 million Jews in the world, Cain Hirbo. We're a very small people. You have 2, 3 million Jews reaching out, 5 Jews, to start putting on tefillin, to light Shabbos candles, to get involved in Yiddishkeit, in Maaseh B'Poyel, and you have a revolution, and you're talking about almost 15 million Jews being affected in a positive way. And as it says in Tanya, Vehein loy hifsid schar mitzvahs avos reim. And even if you think nothing comes out of it, the biggest thing came out of it. And that is a Jew felt your love. Loy hifsid schar mitzvahs avos reim. But this is how we have to think today. It's a unique time in history. We must elevate ourselves to a higher vantage point. The vantage point of Chassidus, the vantage point of Pnimiyus HaTorah, that emphasized again and again and again that Yisoid Kol HaYisoidus is Avos Yisrael. Yisoid Kol HaYisoidus is to be an ambassador of love and connection and warmth and Vadamkeit. And it starts with the person who stands near you in shul. And it starts with your own family. It's also a mitzvah of Avos Yisrael to your family, believe it or not. And it starts with everybody around me, and it's with an emesdikait. We're not talking about fake stuff. We're talking about the pnimiyas, the emesdikait. We have no choice. We only got each other. If you haven't figured it out, we only have each other. This world is a shipwreck, and we have each other. We don't have another nation. We don't have another people to run to. We have each other. But that's powerful. Our each other is powerful. The Sfas Emes said, V'hi sha'amdal aviseinu v'lanu, shaloi echad bilvad amad aleinu l'chalaseinu. You know the word of Sfas Emes? Shaloi echad bilvad amad aleinu l'chalaseinu. The one thing that really threatened to destroy us is loy echad, that we're not echad. Shaloi echad, the lack of echad, that's amad aleinu l'chalaseinu. You'll tell me there's still people that don't get it, even after the war in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, so feel bad for them. Say an extra kapitel tehillim for them. But don't get consumed by it. People have to feel the pulse of Klal Yisrael today. There's people that don't get it. Nebach. And sometimes they could be wearing shmoyne begadim, and l'chayre they could be very frum, but they don't get it. So they need help. They'll also find everybody. Mashiach will bring them also back. Don't worry. Mashiach won't only bring back secular Jews. He'll bring back even from Yidden. Emes, sag nicht. Ich sag ja. It says in Zohar, Asid la asavet tzadikaya b'tiyufta. The chiddush of Mashiach is he's going to make tzadikim balei tshuva. That's what it says in Zohar. What do you have to make tzaddikim balei tshuva? Sometimes they have to become the biggest balei tshuva. That not tzaddikim become balei tshuva, that everybody knows you have to do tshuva. The tzaddikim have become balei. That's the chiddush of Mashiach. Only Mashiach will be able to do that. Because Mashiach is going to be megala, the truth of Elokus. And when you see the truth of Elokus, the tzaddik realizes, I also have to do tshuva. And sometimes I have to do tshuva more than everybody else because I was a tzaddik. If you don't understand what I'm saying, you have to learn more Chassidus, you'll understand. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Achlilikim. Niddy ya 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 ya. Ya ba ba ya ba ya ba. Ya ba ba ya ba ya ba. Ba 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 mama ya ba. Ya ba. Ba ba ya ba ba ya da ma ya ba. You could bring your father closer. Na ya ba. Darf sein am Maven. Darf sein am Maven. Oh ya khalelaykim dawa mi atzlach rab yamtef ki mimenu sikva oh ya chutzodi vishuos Mizgabi lo yevema ya ba yo yedai ya ba ya ba ya ba ya ba yo yedai yo yedam ba ba ya ba ya ba ya ba yo yo ya ba yo ya da yo ya ba ba ya ba ba ya dai ya ba ya ba ba ya ba ya na Ay baba ya ba ya ba ya khlaylaykim dawai min nafshi ki mimenu sikva wasi ya chutzudi vishuos Mizgabi la yevemot ya ba ya ba ya ba ya ba ba ya ba ya ba ya ba ba ya ba ya khlaylaykim
da'ai min nafshi ki
mimenu sikvosi
ya chutzri vishuos Mizgabi
Second Ashreinu, you know. Ashreinu ma tov chelkeinu Omanoyim Geiraleinu Oma Yafa 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 Yerushaseinu Ashreinu Ma Tov Chelkeinu Omanoyim Geiraleinu Oma Yafa, 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 Yerushaseinu. Ayayam, ayayam, ayayam. Ay 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 da da ay yam ay 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 yam ay 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 da da ay yam ay 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 yam ay ay yam ay 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 da da ay yam ay 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 la 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 ay 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 da da ay yam ay 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 hey ashreinu ma tov chelkeinu Omanoyim Geiraleinu Hey Oma Yafa 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 Yerushaseinu Ashreinu Ma Tov Chelkeinu Hey Omanoyim Geiraleinu Oma Yafa 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 Yerushaseinu ay 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 Ashreinu matei chalkeinu Omanoyim Geiraleinu Oma Yafa 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 Yerushaseinu Ashreinu matei chalkeinu Omanoyim Geiraleinu Oma Yafa Yafa
ay 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 that ay ay bam 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 ay 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 bam 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 hey ashreinu matet alkeinu il manayim geiraleinu my yafa, 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 Yerushaseinu. Hey, Ashreinu, Maten Chalkeinu, Manoyim, Gidaleinu. My yafa, 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 Yerushaseinu. Ay, 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 ay. Ay 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 that ay ay bam 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 ay 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 la 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 I am la 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 hey ashreinu maten chalkeinu umanoyim geiraleinu umayafa yafa 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 Yerushaseinu hey ashreinu maten chalkeinu umanayim geiraleinu umayafa yafa 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 Yerushaseinu ay 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 that ay 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 mama ay 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 hey ashreinu maten chalkeinu umanoyim geiraleinu umayafa yafa 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 hey ashreinu maten chalkeinu umanayim geiraleinu hey umayafa yafa 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 ya bam 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 Chokenu, Umanoyim Gedolenu, Umayafa, Yafa, 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 Yerushalayim. Ay, 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 bam, 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 bam. Hey ya, bam bam. Hey ya, bam bam, bam bam, bam bam, bam bam, bam bam, bam bam, bam bam. Hey ya,
Ashreinu, Matechakenu,
Manoyim Gedolenu, Oma Yafa, 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 Yafa. Hey, Ashreinu, Matechakenu, Manoyim Gedolenu, Oma Yafa, 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 Yerushalayim. And das is va'adam yoda eschava. It's lashon hiskashrus v'ischabrus. You become connected. So there was one of the chassidim, the Rashbatz, he gave a mashal. And he said that there was once a melamed, a teacher, who was hired by a yeshuvnik. There were Jews who had inns, and they didn't have an infrastructure of a community. So they would hire a teacher for their children. Because they didn't have their yeshiva or cheder. They lived far away. They had an inn, a krechma in Poland or Ukraine. So they had these malamdim they would hire to come between Pesach and Shavuos and Sukkot. And, they would come for a few months and then they would go home. They would teach their children. So he said there was a yeshuvnik, there was a Jew who had an inn and he didn't know how to read anything. He was an illiterate person. He was a fine erlich yida yirei shemayim. And he had a malamed that he hired to teach his children, and he would also read his letters for him because he could read. So once there was a letter, and this yid, the malamed, starts reading the letter for the yeshuvnik. And he's reading the letter. In the middle of the letter, the man who owned the krechma, the yeshuvnik, faints. What happened? The letter was written, the news that his father passed away. So the teacher was reading it, the malamed, and this man fainted. So the Rashbatz asked, not Rashbatz, Reb Michal the Alter, he was one of the Mashpiyim and Lubavitch, he said, I don't understand. Who read the letter? Not the yeshuvnik, the malamed. He should have fainted. He's the one who had access to the information. The other one just heard it klei sheni from him. Why did the teacher not faint? So he said, Sinish zayin tata. Sinish zayin tata. He's reading a letter. He's close. He has more information. He could read every word. The only way the other person accessed it is through him. Sinish zayin tata. So he said there's two ways people could learn Torah and two ways people to learn Chassidus. One is like the teacher. They're reading a letter and they know and they analyze it and they master it. Sinish zayin tata. It's not talking to me. It's not my father. It's not my father. It's not my mother. It's not my soul. It's not me. It's beautiful ideas. He says, then it remains that way. It remains abstract. The way a person learns is a way, it's mine. It's mine. It's me. This is describing who I am. It's me. It's really, really me. The whole Chassidus is trying to tell you who you are, not who somebody else is. It's not about a tzaddik or about some great neshama who knew how to do miracles. It's about you. It's about me. And me here right now, right here, right now. Dide betachtoinim. For this you say, Ashreinu matov chalkeinu. The schus. And those who were zoiche to learn have now the privilege to give it to others. Not only through learning, but through experience. I once heard from the Yisrael Friedman. Actually, I heard from my brother, heard from Yisrael Friedman. There was a famous chasana. It's called the Zlobene chasana. This is an edel and a very deep story. So, if you don't have edelkeit and depth, you're not going to understand it.
It's not a grubber story. It's not, internet. It's not one of these mamoshes. It's a edel emaisa. There was a Zlobin Chasana. The Zlobin Chasana. You heard of the Zlobin Chasana? Zlobin is a city in Ukraine. It's midway between Barditchev and Liadi. In Tovkov Samach Zayin, 1807, there was a Chasana. The Alter Rebbe's granddaughter married Reb Levitzik of Barditchev's grandson. The Mittler Rebbe had a daughter. Reb Levitzik of Barditchev had a son. His name was Reb Meir, and he actually passed away a year before the wedding. I think Tovkov Samach Vav. So the father wasn't at the wedding, but the Zayder Reb Levitzik Barditchev Rav was there for his Einikol. So you had the Alter Rebbe came to the wedding, and the Barditchev came to the wedding. There were two Zayders. And many others came to the wedding. I think also the Chernobyl Magid, I think also maybe came to the wedding. And all the Chassidim came, say from Barditchev, say from Liadi, because they knew the Barditchev was going to be there, the Alter Rebbe was going to be there. Was Parshas Nosei Tovkov Samach Zayin, I believe. The wedding was Friday. They actually got married on Friday. And there were many Maimorim, the Alter Rebbe said at the wedding, and many are printed. Look at the Torah Shir Hashirim, Ketzad Meraktin Lifnei Hakala. We learned it once, is from then. Maimorim of Nosei, from that Chasana. The Alter Rebbe had an avas nefesh to Reb Levitzik of Barditchev. He loved Reb Levitzik. They loved each other. They knew each other from the Magid. They were both students of the Magid. And they had a tremendous ava. To the point that in one of the Maimorim, that was in Likutei Torah, at the end of the Maimor, the Alter Rebbe said, "Vos malach mich," and the Levitzik Barditchev was there at the Chasana. He said, "Vos malach michal is lamaila, is Reb Levitzik Barditchev lamata." Whatever the malach michal is there, Levitzik Barditchev is here. Something of that losh. When he was arrested, when the Alter Rebbe was arrested after Sukkot Tovkov Nun Tes, so he sent a pidyon to the Levitzik of Barditchev and to the Nachum Chernobyler. When the Chassid came to the Barditchever asked him what his mother's name was. He said he forgot to ask because he was running. So the Barditchever said, Shnei Zalman Ben, what's his mother's name? He said he doesn't know. Barditchever opened the Chumash. It opened up the Parshas Miketz. Vayar Yaakov ki yesh shever b'Mitzrayim. Yaakov saw that there's grain in Mitzrayim. Rashi says shever, that there's a good psura in Mitzrayim, because Yosef is there. So the Barditchever said shever, Shneir ben Rivka. That was his mother's name, Rivka. Shneir ben Rivka. Because his mother's name was Rivka, not Rachel. Because it was a Levitzik Barditchever, it wasn't you and me. Somebody once came by for $, a bocher, with payas, with a round Chassidish hat, and he asked the Rebbe why the Alter Rebbe changed in Seder Hachnasis Shabbos his shitta in Shkia. Shulchan Aruch he paskins like the Shulchan Aruch shitta Sagoinim, the second Shkia, Rebbeinu Tam's Shkia. The Seder Hachnasis Shabbos, he says, don't rely on that Bechlal. You have to follow the Shkia, not the Rebbeinu Tam's Shkia, but the first Shkia. So he said, why did he change? And it's an Indian of skilla, because if you take out Shabbos early, right, according to the Shulchan Aruch, Shabbos much later. So that's what he asks the Lubavitcher Rebbe. So Rebbe looked at him and said, "Valet, you can't learn and besser vidin and besser v'ich." That was, "Valet, you can't learn and besser vidin and besser v'ich." So he had an avos nefesh to the Barditchever, exactly what the Bocher had to hear. Verstehst? So they had a very, very deep relationship, and b'shas there was even there was some of the Talmidim of the Magid who had a different chilukei deis with the Alter Rebbe. The Barditchever was fire for the Alter Rebbe. He writes it about Avram Kalisker, what the Magid said about the Alter Rebbe, etc. So at the end of the Chasana, when it was finished, the Alter Rebbe got into his wagon to go home to Liadi. So he had a balagola, a Pashta balagola, who was a coachman, and he was his balagola for many, many years. So he knew the Alter Rebbe. He was a very Pashta Yid. And he was a balagola. That's what he did. He would, he was his chauffeur when he had to go in the wagon. So Alter Rebbe looks at this Yid, and when a father says, what do you say about my son? What do you say about my daughter? Wants to hear a nachas report. So he turns to this balagola and he says, "Vos sagst auf my mechutten?" What's your opinion about my mechutten of Levitzik of Barditchev? So this balagola was a pashat Yid, but he was around the Alter Rebbe for decades. So he says, "Rebbe, Aye mechutten is pile ployim, aber a Rebbe vi eich is nicht da. Your mechutten is pile ployim. He's wonder of wonders. But a Rebbe like you is not." What's the Havana? The Barditchever was Pilei Ployim. His whole Metzias was Pilei Ployim. He was a shtik elikus. He was a shtik Avos Yisrael. You saw the Baditcheva, it was something else. They say he once came to a town for Shabbos, and he wanted to stay in somebody's home, the Rav's home. So he asked if he could stay there. So he said, yeah, but I heard that Shabbos you jump on tables and you start dancing. I don't like that. It has to be with a Seder Mesuder. So if you make a condition that you're not going to get ecstatic and go out of your kalim, you could stay here. If not, not. So the Baditcheva says, no problem. He made it tonight. Okay. It's Friday night. They make Kiddush, Hamoitzi. And then it's time to serve the food. So the waiter, whoever was Mashamish over there, comes to the Baditcheva. He says, "Evilt a shtickle fish?" So the Baditcheva jumped out of his chair. He says, "Fish villich? Fish? Ain't soy villich. Fish I want. Ain't soif I want." And he jumped on the table. And he started to sing. And started to dance. Fish villich? And it was the Baditcheva did it. After Shabbos, he went in. He I want to ask Mechila. He says, "What are you asking forgiveness?" He said, "I breached the protocol. I made a commitment, and I'm sorry. I apologize." So he says, "No, you don't have to apologize." He says, "What do you mean? You made a condition with me." "I meant you shouldn't prepare to do it. It just happens. Aderabba. I didn't want it to be. Chassidim used to say, "V'darashta v'chakarta heite v'hinei emes nachen hadover nesesa te'eva hazois b'Yisrael." You know the word. V'darashta. Somebody gives a drasha. You say, "V'chakarta heite." It's a good drasha. It's a lot like the research. The drasha is a heite. It's a gewaldige drasha. V'hinei emes. Nachin hadover, it was all prepared. Nesesat te'eva hazais b'Yisrael. This is a te'eva. This is an abomination. Emes nachin hadover. I'm not telling you shouldn't prepare. You're allowed to prepare. It's beseder. But the nekuda was, it's a prepared drasha. Nish das that's not plugged in. That's not plugged in. Plugged in is you let the electricity flow. So he says, "I didn't want you to prepare for it. It happened spontaneously." The Baditcheva was Pilei Ployim. What this Balagola was saying is, this Pilei Ployim, the Chiddush of the Alter Rebbe was Teres Chassidus Chabad, Chachma bin Adas. To take Elikus and it should go to the Kishkas. It should go into the Nefesh HaBahamas, into the Guf. That the person becomes one. To take in all the parts of the person. And to be able to allow the person in Olam Haza as a manifestation, as an embodiment, with everything that comes with the physical world, to be able to remain plugged into Ein Sof every moment of the day. That's what a real Rebbe is here to teach. To teach every person how they could be that channel. And that's why the Alter Rebbe had so much Mesiras Nefesh, and he wanted everything to be explained. Why? A lot of his Chavedim felt it was not the right thing. You could see from the other Svarim of Talmidei Baal Shem Tov, they're all so holy, but it's always nitzutzis, it's like sparks. Beautiful vertlach, a vort on the Parsha, a vort on Yom Tov, and it hits the spot. If you have edelkeit, it hits the spot. If not, it doesn't hit anything. It's madreges, mit klippes, mit sviris, mit weites sviris, mit mer madreges. So it may not hit anything. It's just more musar about how you're supposed to be holy and you're not holy, and you're bringing more klippes and you're bringing more sitrachera. So it's not hitting the spot. But Alter Rebbe, everything was with harchava. Why? Elikus is not chachma bin adas. Elikus is Ein Sof. But Alter Rebbe knew very well there may be a generation where you're not going to have Rabbi Yitzchak of Baditchev to look at how he davens. You're not going to have the Chayz of Lublin. You're not going to have Rabbi Zur Shavan Nepal. You're not going to have the Koshnitz of Magid. You're not going to have the Reb Nachum of Chernobyl or Kayotze B'zeh. When you saw them, you saw people that their Emunah was revealed, and the Neshama was revealed. It touched you. It could not touch you. So your own Neshama came out. So Alter Rebbe took Chassidus and Kavayachal, he made it a system. Most probably made it a system. He wanted that the Nefesh HaBahamas should get it. It should become yours. You should be able to live with it. So 225 years later, after Yutas Kislev, when sometimes you look around and you don't see a Rebbe Yitzchak of Berditchev, to put it mildly, what's left? So the cynicism that exists is only because we don't realize and recognize the atzmiyas, the amitiyas, and the pnimiyas that was revealed with the Baal Shem Tov and the Maggid and the Alter Rebbe. And that's very, very big tragedy. Very big tragedy. So now we need Yafutzim and Nesecha Chutzah in the Olam HaChasidim. Chutzah outside of the Chassidim has already accomplished a lot of it. Mekendach Zayin Mer, I'm sure. But now you need Yafutzim and Nesecha Chutzah in the Welt of Chassidim. They should also know the Mayonis of Teres and Baal Shem Tov. And today it's not in a situation, people are afraid. I'm not a Chabadnik. Ich bin a Skverer, ich bin a Belzer, ich bin a Bobbewe, ich bin a Kloisenberger, ich bin a Gerer, ich bin a Zanze, ich bin a Sadigerer, ich bin a Ruzhener, ich bin a Toldes Aren, ich bin a Toldes Avram Yitzchak, ich bin a Satmere. Today all this is completely irrelevant. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hamas again. Somebody asked me here in one of the shiurim, in 100 years, which movement of Judaism is going to win? Which movement is going to succeed? Is it going to be the Litvisha? Is it going to be the Yeshivisha? Is it going to be the Modern Orthodox? Is it going to be the Lubavitcher? Is it going to be the Satmara? Is it going to be this Chassidus, that Chassidus? So I said, you're missing the whole point. You're missing the whole point. The moment I'm still in that space, it's color war. So who's going to win color war, the red team or the blue team? The place of victory is when Ein Sof is going to win. The Dan Notzach is when goodness is going to win, when Elikus is going to win. That's who's going to win. That's what Elikus is going to win. Einoid Malvadi is going to win. Love is going to win over hate. Truth is going to live over falsehood. That's who's going to win. The moment it's going to be color war, my team won color war, so I'm back in my ego. My team won, not your team. Why do I need my team to win? So I should be able to feel good about my ego that my team won. So then I'm the biggest loser. The winner becomes the loser. You know, it's like in couples therapy. When the husband says, I'm going to come out of therapy winning. Achenvei, you're going to come out the biggest loser. Di dan notzach, not di di notzach. I just came in this moment. I wasn't prepared. So nicht gewähnt noch in Adover. The husband says, I'm going to come out, I'm going to prove her wrong. You're going to admit that I'm right. Maybe, but you're going to be the worst loser. What are you going to be left with? You're going to be left with, I'm right and you're wrong. Baruch Hashem, now we have Shalom Bayis. You don't exist and I exist. The same is true with Klal Yisrael. Exactly the same thing. I'm going to win, you're going to lose. You're going to win, I'm going to lose. So who's going to be the biggest loser? The winner is going to be the biggest loser. The first letter that Alter Rebbe wrote when he came back from Petersburg, it's printed in Tanya, is Katointi Mikola Chasadim Mikola Emes. Alter Rebbe says, why Katointi? Katointi means I became small. Why did you become small? Somebody does you so many favors, you feel better. Why Katointi? So Alter Rebbe says that's the difference between Avram and Yishmael. It's the difference between Kedusha and Klippa. Yishmael, the more you give him, the more arrogant he becomes. And Yaakov Avinu, like Avram Avinu, the more you give him Katointi. And he says, why? Because whenever Hashem is Megala himself to a person through Chesed, so his Lashon is, Kol HaKodev Kodev Yoiser, Yoiser Kiloi. The closer you are to Ein Sof, what happens? You become smaller and smaller and smaller. And when you're mamish by Ein Sof, you disappear. Not you disappear because you're a shmata. You disappear because you're a channel for infinity. Because katointi, the ego becomes small. Because You're part of the true greatness. Not you disappear because you're a shmata. It's because now you're a channel for the source of light. You're much bigger than you. So katainti. And what does he say? He says that now that we saw these chasadim of Yutas Kislev, so he says, Hineni, I'm warning everybody that they should not look at the misnagdim and make fun of them and mock them and put them down and whistle at them and tell them, we won. This was his message after Yutas Kislev. Now you could understand, this man suffered a lot because of certain people. He didn't suffer a little bit, he suffered a lot. He was almost killed because of a Mesira. And here's where you see the emesdikait of Chassidus. In such a moment, he never got unplugged. He never went into a place, I'll show those lowlifes. A lot of them were taka lowlifes, trust me. Not everybody. Some were Heilige Eden. But some were mecharchere, despicable people who succumbed to the Yetzer Hara to do what they could do. So you would think, at some moment, you let go, yeah, show them, Here you see what elikus is. Here you see the edelkeit, the purity of a person. And then he wrote letter after letter, remember there are brothers, love them, love them, love them. And ultimately, Yar Aleim, the emes is going to come out. And they're going to know the emes, everything is going to come out. Everything will be true. Don't go into a place of hate. The Gadlus HaNefesh, there was even one of the Maskilim. The Maskilim hated Chassidim more than anybody else. One of the Maskilim writes, he says, this letter from the Alter Rebbe, here you see what a great person is. It's such a letter you won't find in anyone's literature. The Gadlus HaNefesh. And the reason he could be like this is because he was plugged in. When you're plugged in, you could be like that. Because I'm not going to allow myself to go into a place of nekama and hate. You know why? Because it's not just the other person is going to lose. I'm going to lose. He did what he did taka. And does he have to do tshuva? They have to do tshuva. They have to do tshuva. And the one who mastered, ultimately he became a poor man. He was the Rav of a big city, the Rav of Pinsk. His name was Avigdor, Rebbe Avigdor. He threw out the Baditchev. He did a lot of things, this guy. He had an interesting resume. At the end of his life, he became a shik, he became an alcoholic, and he became a beggar. And they say that he used to go Yutas Kislev to Farbrengens, because he wanted to drink. And he would say, you have to thank me, give me more. Because of me, you have Yutas Kislev. You hear? Because of me, you have Yutas Kislev. Then his schar was that his grandchild became a very big chassid. He was a Rav, he was a makusha to the Rabbeim. The Alter Rebbe would refuse to go away from that place. And the same thing I saw by the Rebbe all the years. The Rebbe suffered, the Lubavitch Rebbe suffered from terrible opposition. And for what? Everything he did, somebody had to oppose. It was half of a fella. Mamish Maisa Satan. You would think, what? Whatever. Especially it came to the Sugya of Eretz Yisrael. The Sugya of Eretz Yisrael is one of the most painful things. Why? From the 6-Day War, the Rebbe almost at every Farbrengen spoke about Eretz Yisrael. When I was growing up in the 70s and 80s, there was almost no Farbrengen that the Rebbe didn't spend a half an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, to talk about the situation in Eretz Yisrael and the mistakes that are being made. And I used to wonder, there's 5,000 Chassidim. They're not military people, they're not government people, they don't even know what he's talking about. It's Chanukah, talk about Chanukah. Purim, Yud Beis Tammuz, Yutas Kislev, Shabbos Vayishlach, Shabbos Chayisara. And it was almost like the Rebbe, it burst out. So he spoke for hours about Chanukah, Purim, Yutas Kislev. But then at some point he would start talking about Eretz Yisrael. And one of the main points he would make almost every Shabbos was that they're making a terrible, terrible mistake. They don't realize that they are surrounded by people that want every Jew dead. If they had the ability, they would do exactly what the Nazis did. And when you have a snake, you have to cut off the head of the snake. If you don't cut off the head of the snake, and you let it be, it's going to come and bite you. It would be like in 1945, the Americans and the British say, we already bombed the German cities enough. Let's leave Hitler in this bunker. We already taught him a lesson. And what would happen today? Everybody would be speaking German. And none of them would be Jewish. Those who would be speaking German. Now, the Rebbe was not hawkish. The Rebbe was not a hawkish person. You know what hawkish is? Huh? Wie sagt man auf Yiddish? They all know what hawkish means. Some people, their nature, they're hawks. They're aggressive. We're going to fight. We don't give in. The Rebbe was punkt farke. There was nobody who spoke so much about world peace and Mashiach and Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach, and that ultimately the whole world is going to be peaceful, and that's what we're looking for and we're davening for. His whole nature was full of peace and love. But it came to this sugya, he said, you have to understand that any compromise you're making that could possibly endanger one Jewish life is Heipach HaShulchan Aruch, and it's going to haunt us horribly. And I remember I was a kid, and he would speak about it for a long time, and he would analyze and explain. And once the Rebbe said, people asked me, was hast du nicht auf? 30 years he started, 30 years, non-stop. And then he said, ich guck und ich seh abchie ledeires. Ich seh abchie ledeires. There were 3 million Jews then in Eretz Yisrael, not 6. Today 6.6, then it was 3. He said, 3 million Yidden in Asakane. Ich seh's. Wie kann ich nicht schreien? Wie kann ich nicht schreien? And he encouraged the leaders privately and publicly, constantly, every prime minister, every general, whoever he could, that their whole way of thinking needs to change. And that they had opportunities time and time and time again to be able to achieve what Hashem needs them to achieve. But they didn't do it. They didn't listen. They mocked them. Nah. What they would do is, you send in a few, so the Rebbe would compare it to a cancer. There's a raging cancer. The cancer wants to kill you. The doctor goes in, starts the surgery, says there's too much blood. And he leaves the cancer inside. He said, don't worry, I got rid of 40% of the cancer. I got rid of 90% of the cancer. You know what the end of the story is? Guy is dead. You don't make peace with cancer that's trying to kill you. You can't. You leave a few cancer cells, boom! Rahman al-Islam. You have to cut off the head of the snake. Eretz Yisrael did not do this for a few reasons. First of all, they did not read reality. They did not understand the reality. They thought that the other side are like Jews. They want to raise their children in peace. They just want territory. They want comfort. They want to play golf on Sunday, eat sushi on Friday, eat sholent on Shabbos, and have a good life. They did not realize you're dealing with a religious war that wants to see every Jew dead, and for them, that's the biggest Simchas Torah. How many Jews are surprised now by the atrocities? All the Jews. Why are you surprised? What's the surprise? The moment the Fogel family was slaughtered in Itamar Shechted, the whole family Friday night, that's when Israel should have done what they're doing now. Not now. Now they did it to 1,500 people with the kidnapped and the captivity and all the wounded. They did it to one family, you see. Who shechts children? Who shechts children? You heard of somebody shechting children? That's what they did in Tach V'Tat. It's a difference. This is not a territory issue. But Jews didn't understand that. They said, nah, they're like us. You give them Gaza, you give them Oslo. They also want peace. No. Turek Karta are just paid agents by Iran. That's it. Iran pays them off. They pay tuition from Iran. It's fine. It works for them. Don't take them so seriously. They're Iran agents. I don't think they're Jews. I doubt they're really Jewish, Kalocha. I doubt they're Jewish. I'll be very surprised that they're Jewish. I can't say for sure. I can't open a Chumash and tell you that they're not Jewish, but I'll be surprised. Something is off over there. And it's just something is off. It's like somebody marching with Hitler. Something is off. It's not. Something is very off. And then there's also Jews that don't look like Neturei Karta, but they speak the same way. And there's something very, very off with them also. Either they're very sick, or they're still traumatized from the Holocaust, They think maybe we deserve it. I don't know. They're very sick. There's some Jews who are very, very sick. Very sick people. Very sick. You have to have compassion for them, but not tolerate their views, because they're lethal. They're poison. It's pikuach nefesh. The second reason Israel couldn't do it is because Jews are Rachmanim b'nei Rachmanim, and they have Rachmanis. The Medrash says if you have Rachmanis to those who are cruel, you're going to be cruel to those that you have to have Rachmanis on. The third reason is the worst tragedy. And that is, because of the lack of Torah, Israel did not feel the moral strength and justification that Eretz Yisrael entirely is our home. If you come to shoot my kids in my home, there's no issue. But they started to believe there's two sides. There's another home here. You had a Holocaust, fine, but you can't take away a home. They started to believe that narrative. They couldn't defeat Sahal through the tanks, but they defeated Sahal through morality. The Jewish people stopped believing that it's their home. And that's why Torah is so important. The first Rashi in Bereshis, they stopped teaching. What's the first Rashi in Bereshis? First Rashi wrote this in the 1000s, and he was in France during the Crusades. There were no 6 million Jews living in Eretz Yisrael. There were a few Jews in Eretz Yisrael. The question was the Muslims or the Christians are going to rule. What does Rashi say? That the whole Sefer Bereshis is extra. Amar Rabbi Yitzchak. Torah should have started in Parashas Boy. Torah is a book of mitzvahs. The first mitzvah is in Boy. The few mitzvahs from Bereshis you could put in Shmois. Milah, Gid, Hanasha, Pru'ervu. So why is the whole Sefer Bereshis? It's extra. You want to teach me history? Make a Sefer of history. Torah is lessons. It's halacha. So what does it actually say? From Bereshis till Boy. Why was it written? Zakrashi mishum koyach ma'asav higid la'amay losas lam nachlas goyim she'im yoimru umas ha'olam liYisrael listim atem shekavashtem atzah shiva goyim. Rashi says one day the nations of the world are going to come to the Jewish people and say, you're a bunch of thieves, you're a bunch of thugs, you are conquerors, you are occupiers, you are colonizers, you are an apartheid state. Listim atem, you're thugs. And Jews are going to say, whoa, you're right. We're taka thugs. So you know what? We'll go back to the 67 borders. That invention was a Jewish invention. None of the Arabs say that. The whole Israel is an occupation. We decided we'll give Gaza and you'll be happy. No! Every point of Eretz Yisrael is ours. Listim atem. The Jews didn't want to accept that because that means you're dealing with a sworn enemy, and they wanted to believe that we could play golf, we could be calm. And the Rebbe said you're dealing with the head of a snake. Say the truth. This is our home. Not a vestige of terror will be tolerated. It will be cut down mercilessly. You don't put one life in danger. Oh. So Rashi says the whole Sefer Bereshis was written to give Jews an answer. To say Bereshis bara l'kim v'shamayim v'zarz. God created the world. He took one little tiny piece of land the size of New Jersey and he gave it to the Jewish people. That's it. It's a match on a football field. But that match belongs to the Jewish people. Instead, they said the UN gave it to us. The UN also says that Zionism is racism. The chairman of the UN says Israel is being disproportionate. So the same UN, then there's a Balfour Declaration. Balfour is dead many years. And British changed, they made a white paper. This reason, that reason, all reason, but the core is not there. The Muslims are religious people. Allah Akbar, they were screaming Allah Akbar. You have billions of Christians and Muslims who believe in the Bible. The only ones who are afraid to quote the Bible are the Jewish people who gave the world the Bible. That's why Torah is so important. This whole division between those who learn and those who fight is such a, it undermines the Jewish people. Torah is the gibui ruchani. The army needs morale, especially a Jewish army. When a Jewish army doesn't have morale, they're killed. The morale of the Jewish people is the Torah. My son Mendel told me a gewaldige word from the Belchanan Wasserman. In Kovitz Shiur in Parshas Vayishlach. The Belchanan Wasserman, Hashem Yinkem Dameh, was the Rashiva of Baranovich. He was killed by the Germans, I think July 41, Tammuz Tavshin Aleph. So the Belchanan says a moide de kevart. The Gemara says, Alter Rebbe brings it in Tanya, Vitir HaKadosh Baruch Hu al Gilui Arayis v'chizdam avodah zarah v'loi vitir al bitul Torah. Hashem was ready to forgo the time of the Churban, idolatry, adultery, and murder, spilling of blood, but not bittul Torah. Frekta Balchanan, come on. If your son comes to you and says, Tati, I want to quit yeshiva, I don't want to learn anymore, but you know what? I'm not going to kill anybody. I'm not going to do shvichas dam, I'm not going to do gilui arayos. You say, you know what? Those I don't care. Bittul Torah, that's what I care. It's strange. Gilui arayos, shvichas dam, avodah zarah, that undermines the world. It's heinous. It's evil. That he was mavate, bittul Torah not. So Balchanan says, I'm moide dike vart. Such a true vart. He gives an example. There were two countries and they were enemies. They were fighting. Each one has an army and weapons, and one country fights against the other one, and sometimes they win the war. They defeat them. Whatever their mission was, they accomplished. He says, but that's not the end of the story. You know why? Because tomorrow, the other country might attack back. It happened that there were wars. One country was defeated. They had to back off. They had casualties, whatever it is, they had to give up territory. But 10 years later, 100 years later, 50 years later, it happens constantly. The nation attacks. 6-day war, Israel won. And then, here again, Israel made a mistake. They right away said, we're going to give everything back. The Arabs didn't accept it. And then they accepted a ceasefire. The Rebbe said the moment the ceasefire is going to start, Egypt is going to prepare for the next war. Everybody laughed. And then came the Yom Kippur War. Lebanon, Begin didn't want to finish in Lebanon because there were 4 mothers screaming. And the Rebbe said, what the people you're living in Lebanon is going to create a pchia l'doiris. Now the sakana of Lebanon with Hezbollah is ein l'shai the Eibishter's loiset. But the Rebbe would always say, al pi teva. But since Yidna l'maylam in teva, so the koyach haTorah and the koyach haMitzvah has incredible power to change reality, and that's why the one sheep can live between 70 wolves, despite the crazy danger. But a Jew has to do things al pi teva. You can't just say there'll be miracles. You have to do things al pi teva. So the Balchanan says, so one country lost the war. A few years later, the other country attacks. He says, that's all if the country still retains its army and its weapons. But what happens if the country doesn't only lose the war, the country gives their weapons to the enemy? If the country gives their weapon to the enemy, he says, now the Balchanan says the next war they're not going to win because they're empty-handed, they don't have weapons. Agav, one of the worst mistakes of Israel was they resurrected the PLO, called it the Palestinian Authority, they gave them a police force, and that's when the Oslo created suicide bombers from the police that were trained by Israel themselves. The way that Rebbe was screaming about these things, I can't even tell you. Every Shabbos, an hour, I could still hear it. And it was nafshe yotze, his whole soul went out. And a moment before, he did a siyum hashas. And then a moment after was a maimer for an hour. And then there was a pilpul in Rambam and a Rashi. But then he would start this sugya and nafshe yotze b'dabra. So the Balchanan says, listen to Balchanan's vart. Gilui arayos shvichas dam avodah zarah means the Jewish people lost the war. The Yetzer Hara took over. Gilui arayos is horrible. Shvichas damim ve'retnach. The Rambam says there's no Aveda like Shvichas damim. It's the worst of the worst. And avodah zarah. But he says, but tomorrow, the Yetzer Tov may take over. But he says when there's bittul Torah, they're not connected. They're not learning anymore. They don't have their weapons. They don't understand who they are. They can't even fight back. When you don't believe Eretz Yisrael is yours, when you don't understand who the Jewish people are, when you don't understand who the enemy is, when you don't have an answer to listim atem, we're just a regular nation trying to make peace and we want the world to like us. So now you lost your weapon. You lost your spirit. You lost your energy. That's the bittul Torah. Bittul Torah means I don't have a compass anymore. There's no right and wrong anymore. I may do terrible things, but if there's Torah, I have a derech, there's somebody challenging me, there's something motivating me. So the Balchanan's Wort. Shekoyach Mendel. Ich habe gesagt gut? Huh? Yeah. And the last thing is, because of this, very, very afraid of what the world is going to say. The Jewish people taught the world morality, but now we're looking to the world to tell us what's moral. They're going to tell us what's moral, what's not moral. Thousands of years ago, most of the nations were still cannibals. They were menschenfressers. They stood in forests and they ate human flesh. And the Jewish people then spoke about not to eat Evim and Achai. When Jewish people start gleaning their morality from people who couldn't care less if there's another Holocaust, so what do you end up? Every move, before I make the move, I have to know if this one likes me and if this one agrees and if that one agrees. And this is not coming from a hawkish perspective. We want to be aggressive and we don't love war. We love peace. We want Mashiach. We don't want war. We want peace. But it comes from a healthy perspective of Habal Laharga, Chashkem Laharga, understanding. For me, this is very, very painful. But obviously, this is the pain of the reality. I grew up, my whole youth was growing up almost every single Shabbos, hearing the Lubavitcher Rebbe speak about this incessantly, with a very clear message. Because he just saw it, he felt it, he saw it with his eyes. Today you see it was Mamash Divrei Elikim Chayim every ice. And he was mocked by people, not just by people in Israeli politics, by other people too, who just didn't have that clarity, that vision. They just didn't have it. It's very painful to be able to see, to be able to watch that. There was somebody in Israel, a commander, and he warned about what's going to happen. So today he became a celebrity. His name is Brick. Everybody wants to know because he warned it. He made a warning once. The Rebbe for 30 years was warning this. 30 years I heard. I didn't hear it for 30 years. I wasn't so old. I wasn't born in 67. But all my years, every Farbrengen, almost every Farbrengen, from Acharon Shel Pesach to Yutas Kislev, from Purim to Chanukah, from Shabbos Lech Lecha to Shabbos Parshas Nitzavim. I can't say every, but noch anand. It was mamash divrei nevuah, mamash divrei nevuah, word for word for word for word. It's like it was said today, like it was said Erev Simchas Torah. And yet I come back to this nekuda, but with all of this, always remained with such avas Yisrael to everybody, with such positivity, with such enthusiasm, with such emunah. How do you do that? At some point you have to become an angry person. You start getting resentful to people. That's the katointi mikol chasadim. This is where you see the emes, you see the pnimius, you see what Teres HaGeula is. You see what godliness is. There's never a personal vendetta. It's my ego, which is very normal. Ego is a human thing. I'm upset at you. You got me. I'm going to get you back. We all understand these things. Loisikaim, loisitter. These are human emotions. Ichel deweisen. I'm going to show you. When you have a neshama, that atzilus, a neshama of Ein Sof, that's so plugged in, kol kuloi is emes. So there's no color war, there's no, I'm right and you're wrong and now I feel better about myself. It's not I feel better about myself. It's I love you as much as I love me. I care. I want goodness. I want innocence. I want purity. I want Hashem. That's what I want. And therefore also with all the pain of disappointment, there's never despair, no yiush. Because the moment you're plugged into the source, there's no yiush. Somehow you know that with all the craziness and with all the mistakes that were made, and the b'chiyah l'doros, Sada Ebershtav the Welt. You know that, and you know it with the same certainty. And that's very powerful. It's not just powerful, it's the source of all the power. It's lo yitosh Hashem amoy v'nachalosei lo yazev. Hishiyah es hamecha ureim v'nasim adoylam. Lo yitosh Hashem amoy. The captain didn't abandon the ship, ever. Like the Baal Shem Tov said, every nekuda is b'hashgacha, every nekuda. Every nekuda, even the leaf that turns over is b'hashgacha. It's getting its vitality that moment. So that's why we were. This is my brief explanation why we were singing Asheinu Matov Chalkeinu Anoim Gerleinu so many times, because really you could sing it Ad Ein Sof. Levayshi Yispal Adam Kol Hayom Kula. We say it taka once in the morning, but when we say it in the morning, Lefichach Anu Chayovim Lahoidus L'Cha L'Shabechacha. What's Chayovim Lahoidus L'Cha? You don't force people to say thank you. It's not a geschmacka thank you. Yeah, if your wife cooks for Shabbos and she says, if you want the kugel, you have to say thank you. thank you by definition is voluntary. But what's pshat chayovim in Yiddishkeit? Chayovim in Yiddishkeit doesn't mean I'm forcing you with chains. Chayovim means how could you not? How could you be so divorced from reality? A chiyuv in Yiddishkeit means the ganze Welt schreit as medaf. The ganze Welt schreit. Chayovim is not, I'm going to chain you to a bench until you scream thank you. Reality screams, Chayovim lo'hoidus l'cha. How could you not? The herst. Aval anachnu amcha b'nei v'risecha b'nei Avram ha'havcha shenishbat le'i bar ha'mediyah. Zer yitzhak yichidah sheneket. Adas Yaakov bincha b'chayroscha. Adas Yaakov bincha b'chayrecha. Sheme'avoscha sha'ahavta oisai. U'misimchoscha she'samachta b'karasa shma Yisrael v'shurn. You ever translate these words? It's not in the popular part of davening. It's karbonis, so I know it's a mitzvah to do it very fast, but it's kedai sometimes to stop for 3 seconds. And even if the chazan is going, on the airplanes, what are they called? The fast airplanes. Huh? What do you say, the love that you loved him, the joy that you had with him, the opportunity to be a channel this moment for all the truth and love and light in the world, that's channel. That's what life is. Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. Like it says in Tanya Perek Lamed Gimel. You remember what's my Yafa Yirush Hasenu? What Alter Rebbe says? Yeah, good. Perek Lamed Gimel. Okay. Yeah. That's my boy. It's not my credit, but it's my boy. It's my wife's credit. It's my wife's credit. It's not my credit. Yeah. So the Alter Rebbe teaches, what's my Yafa Yirush saying? I'll just translate in English what Mendel just said. If I could, not verbatim. You have a child, he grows up, and one day he finds out that the Zayda left $300 million. Nicht gefährlich, right? Everybody hopes that, yeah? Lachere Me'ev Estim Shana, the Elter Zayda, $300 million. And you don't even have a few brothers to give it to. It's all of yours. Nicht gefährlich. So you besimcha. So the Alter Rebbe says that doesn't even come close to compare that a Jew knows the Yerusha shein chilanu aveiseinu, the Yerusha that was left us. What's the Yerusha? Yichud Hashem Ha'amiti. Yichud Hashem Ha'amiti. It's a much greater simcha. What's that? Our Ovis gave it to us. Yichud Hashem is a metzias. I didn't get it. It's a fact. So Chassidim used to teach in Chilunu Aveiseinu is the Baal Shem Tov and the Magid. In Chilunu Aveiseinu, the Baal Shem Tov and the Magid were Megala Yichud Hashem Ha'amiti. They revealed it. Yichud Hashem Ha'amiti is not a Yerusha. It's a fact. The rest. Yichud Hashem Ha'amiti, but they were megalit. Yichud is a fact. The Yerusha could be somewhere in a Swiss bank. It's not going to help me. Somebody has to give me the key to the account. They have to give me the number. You know the Maisa with Reb Chaim Kreisvert? Chaim Kreisvert was the chief rabbi of Antwerp. He was from Yeshivas Chachmei Lublin. He came from Krakow. And he survived the war. It's a Moed Dike Maisa. Reb Chaim Kreisvert had a gewaldige memory. He was a Boki B'Shas. He had a gewaldige zikaron. And there was a Yid who told him he has a lot of money in the Swiss bank and he doesn't think he's going to make it out. So he gave him the information to his account and he said, if one day you meet a relative of mine, give him the information so he could retrieve the money. It's a huge sum of money. The Jew never made it out. And Reb Chaim Kreisvert made it out, he went there. It's Yisrael, and then he ended up in Antwerp as a chief rabbi. So years later, I think around 25 years later, a schnorrer comes into shul in Antwerp to collect money. And Reb Chaim Kreisvert looks at him, and the poor man seems mamish homeless. His clothes are torn. He's like in rags. And he starts talking to him. And he gives him a dove. And then he says, what's your name? So he tells him his name. And it triggers a memory. The same last name of that Jew who was killed, who gave him the information. So he starts talking to this person, where he's from, who his father is. He says his father didn't survive. So the red lights go, the light bulb goes off in his brain. And he says, where do you live? He says, I don't have a home. I'm a beggar. He says, what are you going to eat for dinner? He says, I collect and I go to buy a meal. And every night he finds another place. He was not just poor. He was an ani morud. He was a homeless man. So he says, how long are you going to stay in Antwerp? He says, he's planning to stay here for a few weeks. So he doesn't want to say anything, but he needed time to do research. So Chaim Kreisler takes all the information. He doesn't tell him why he's asking. And then he starts doing his research. This is before the days of Google, so research was a little harder. And after a few days, he decides that he's a son. He's a son of the Jew who was killed in the Holocaust, who has a Swiss account. So after a Chakira Udrisha, and he asks this Jew more questions, he finally spills the beans and he says, Rabbi, I just want to tell you something. You're not a beggar and you're not a poor man. You're a very rich Jew. He says, well, you're a loyag l'rosh, where you want to mock me, you want to make fun of me, he says, no. He says, here's money. Go buy yourself a ticket and go to Basel. From Antwerp, take a train, go to Switzerland. Here's the information. You go to this and this bank, you give them this information, and you're going to retrieve your father's money, and it's a huge inheritance. V'kachava, this homeless man in rags left Reb Chaim Kreisler to become a millionaire, not overnight, the same night. So Reb Chaim Kreisler told over the story, and he said, what did I learn from the story? He said, there could be a person standing in front of me. In his mind, he's the poorest man in the world. And it's true. From his perspective, he's the poorest man in the world. What's the truth? The truth is he's one of the richest Jews around. He just doesn't know it. So that's what I learned at that moment. That's what Alter Rebbe is saying. Ma yofa Yerusha seinu. You can have a Yerusha. Meirasha kilas Yaakov. I don't know it. Some people look in the mirror and they say, I'm a traumatized, dejected, wretched, depressed loser. My parents rejected me, my community rejected me, God rejected me, Yiddishkeit rejected me. Every person I hope that I'll get love from rejected me, and I reject myself too. And they look at themselves and emotionally they feel impoverished. Kommt der Alter Rebbe again and sagt, V'nefesh Hashem is b'Yisrael, Chelek Eleika Mimal Mamish. Daloi poverty. Daloi means enough in Russian. Daloi Golus. Daloi. At this moment, you're the richest person in the world. Why? Says, plug in. You have a Chelek Eleika Mimal Mamish. It's not a joke. It's not B'derech Litzonis. It's not a guzma. It's not a drama speech. That's why the Alter Rebbe adds the word mamish. Chelek Elekami Mal is a pasuk in Eiv. Many Sfarim it says that a neshama is Chelek Elekami Mal. It's not the Alter Rebbe's a chiddush. First time I think it says in Shefa Tal by the son of the Shalah. In other Sfarim, the Arizal uses a similar lashon or that lashon. The Reishis Chachma, most Sifrei HaMekabalim use it. You have it in the Farshe HaMikra. The Ramban says something close. The Klayok, many others. The Rechayim. And certainly Sifrei HaKabbalah. The Alter Rebbe adds one word, Chelek Elekami Mal, Mamish. What's prat Mamish? Mekenes untappen. You can go to the bank. Mamish means you can go to the bank. The bank doesn't look at souls. The bank needs money. The bank needs texture. Mamish. It's Mamish. You can go to the bank with your Chelek Elekami Mal. It's real. I may be blocked. I may be so blocked that I can't even believe it. And certainly I can't feel it. That we know. That's why we need healing. We need healing. We need healing. This is a generation of healing. But what are you going to find? You're not going to find a Yerusha that's somewhere else. It's your Yerusha. Yerusha shehin chilunu aveseinu. That's chayavim lahedis. When the moment the person realizes that, there's an expression of gratitude. You say, me, my life is miserable. I have bills to pay, and I have tzadis with this thing, and I have tzadis with this thing. What gratitude? This doesn't take away that a person has challenges that we have to deal with, but it allows you actually to deal with your challenges in a much better way from a place of gratitude. Because when you're in a place of gratitude, you could look at your life, and instead of seeing it as a curse, you see it as an opportunity. You see it as a shlichus. And there's no ego. So when there's no ego, you don't take it personal. When you don't take it personal, you can actually be there for your children. You can actually be there for people in pain much better because you come from a place of gratitude. If you feel the whole world owes you everything and it's all about my ego, I can't even be there for anybody. I can't help the people in pain. Gratitude means that you could show up with your deepest and best version of yourself. That's the Mayafer Yerushaseinu. Mayafer Yerushaseinu shein chilunu aveseinu yichud Hashem ha'amiti asher afilu ba'aretz mitachas ein oid mulvadoi. That's the Yerusha that our parents gave us. The hest? Huh? Oh, Yerusha, my Yerusha. They used to say mein Kadishel. It's not my Yerusha, it's the Yerusha of Hinchilunu Aviseinu, the Baal Shem Tov, the Magid, the Alter Rebbe, Biz the Rebbe. Yichud Hashem ha'amiti. The Herst Asher afilu ba'aretz mitochas ein oid mulvadoi v'zui dirasei b'tachtoina. That's Pshat Direi b'tachtoina. What does that mean practically? Practically it means that right now, in this world, right here, when you come home tonight, when you wake up tomorrow morning, you're plugged in. You're plugged in. You're a channel for infinity, for love. Light. There's light coming through you. Just open yourself up. Go into that space. There's machshava zaris. Okay. So we have to figure that out. But don't let that disturb the Yerusha. Fine. Machshava zaris. Imagine you get this Yerusha of $300 million from the Swiss account, right? And the same day the IRS sends you a bill, right, for $3,000. It doesn't destroy it. You have $300 million in the bank. Okay, the IRS, if you're a Jew, you'll hire a lawyer. If you're a guy, you'll pay. You'll figure it out. But you're not going to start sitting shiva because it's fine. You have a bill. So machshava zaris is like they throw a bill in. Okay, fine. But what are you going to let the $300 million go to waste? What's that? You're sitting with your wife, you're sitting with your children, you're in a space of love, of connection. Now you have a machshava zara. Let me get angry, let me get frustrated. The kid didn't do the homework, they didn't finish the masech. So you got a bill from the IRS. Mela. Don't leave the space of love. Don't leave the space of dveikus. Das is the Mayafer Yerushaseinu. The Mayafer Yerushaseinu. Since this is Chag HaGeula, Pada B'Shalom Nafshi, so Hashem should help each and every one of us. We should be able to internalize the Mayafer Yerushaseinu, to live it, to breathe it, to radiate it. Every person in their own way, because Chayav Adam Loimar B'Shvili Nivra Ha'olam. The world was created for me. This line, it's a Mishnah in Sanhedrin, Lamed Zayin, Lamed Ches. Chassidus took it seriously. It's not just the world was created for you, so you should think that you're not a nobody. It's serious. Bishvili Nivra Olam is you were chosen to radiate an oil that comes through you. Don't underestimate it. And in one of the Maimonim, the Rebbe Dayat says, Bishvili Nivra Olam is Bishvili Nivra HaHelim. Olam comes from the word Helim. Because of me, the concealment was created. There's a certain concealment that I have to work through. Bishvili nivra helim. There's a certain helim that I have to work through. And only I'm the one who's going to break through that helim and transform it into light. We should be able to live it, breathe it, internalize it, radiate it, and fill the world with it. To fill the world with it. With the oid of Pnimiyus HaTorah, the oid of Atzmus Ein Sof. The oid of Avos Hashem, of Avos HaTorah, of Avos Yisrael. The way we learn Torah, Nigla the Torah, Pnimiyas Torah, with an achdus between all the parts of Torah, which creates an achdus between all the parts of Jews, which creates an achdus between the world and the Creator. We should be able to always remain plugged into the source, and then we'll always remain connected to each other. And when we're connected with each other, then a lot of miracles happen. And Hashem should help that the Pada B'Shalom Nafshi of Yutas Kislev should lead us straight into the real and ultimate Pada B'Shalom Nafshi. The redemption of every single Jew in every single way. Of course, all of our captives and those who are kidnapped by the Yamach Shemoiniks, they should all experience Pada B'Shalom Nafshi. And every one of the soldiers should return home and safe. And the leaders of Israel should be able to have the clarity and the courage to know really what to do. Al Pi Teva. And every one of us should rise to the opportunity to be able to not only strengthen ourselves, but to become the most powerful and greatest Jews ever. Sayin Torah and Sayin Avodah and Sayin Gemilas Chasadim and Sayin Avos Yisrael and Sayin Achdus Yisrael. And dafka with simcha and with amunah and with betachin and with fortitude. And we should see Yeshua's Hashem and the nechama of Tzion v'Yerushalayim and the ultimate geula shlema, not only b'mheida b'yameinu, but takateka from miyad mamish now. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. I want to thank our musician again, Rabbi Yochanan Riss, Reb Chani Riss, and our vocalist, Chani G, Rabbi Yochanan Goldman from South Africa. Elchanan Goldman. Elchanan and Yochanan. Two nuns in both of them. The Gemara says two nuns is Nisei Nisim. The Gemara in Brachas, yeah? That's Likud the Torah Parshas Nosei from the Zloben Achasana, yeah? The Langenun. Ah? Heint. As a therapist, yeah. As a therapist, that is a therapist, that is a therapist. Yeah. As a choshev a psychotherapist, no? Psychologist. I'll tell you Geschmack Meise to conclude. It's just it gives perspective. The Rebbe Marash once said, the Rebbe Marash was the son of the Tzemach Tzedek, the fourth Lubavitcher Rebbe, Reb Shmuel. So he was a big expert in medicine. In fact, he knew Latin. He studied medicine, he knew Latin, and he would write prescriptions. He was a big expert in medicine, besides being a Gaon Olam. So the Rebbe Marash once said, there was a doctor, a chassid, a Chabad chassid, his name was Rebbe Avram HaRoife. So Rebbe Marash said, Ich bechlal halt nicht von Doktoren. I'm not into doctors. Well, they come wesen a krenk. They barely know what's going on in terms of health. The only doctor I like is Rebbe Avram HaRoife. You know why? Because he knows that he knows nothing. He knows that he knows nothing, not about medicine. He doesn't know anything. But he's considered a doctor. So patients come to him and they want advice. Now, to say what he really thinks, that I know nothing, so he's going to lose his whole parnasa and nobody's going to come back. But he doesn't want to lie and say, I do know and I'm an expert and a professional, because he knows nothing. So he can't say the truth because he doesn't want to lose his job. And he can't lie. He's not going to lie because he's not a liar. He's a ish emes. He's a chassid. So what do you do? So the Rabbi had a long bit. So the man says, I have to machen the bar, trachten, the boine shaloylam. What am I supposed to say? Ich weiß doch gar nicht. So he says, macht schon mit der bar. In Zohar it says that the bit is Yud Gimel Midas Harachim. So the mach mit der bar is a Shemamshich Yud Gimel Midas Harachim. So Yud Gimel Midas Harachim come into the world. Now when he gives advice, it's already going through the Yud Gimel Midas Harachim and half the Eberste that the advice works. That's what the Rebbe Marash said. The same is true about a good therapist and a psychologist and a psychotherapist. Verstehst? First thing is, ich weiß gar nicht. And what I'm going to do, a textbook? You're a narcissistic personality disorder. You're borderline personality. You're bipolar order. You're clinically depressed. Your mother made you this. Very often the therapist is projecting what his mother did to him. He's projecting on the other person. Oh, so the erste Sache darf machen mit der Bart. Nicht der Größe, seine Kleine. Okay? What am I supposed to tell this guy? So just let's be mamshech, give him this erach. Let's go into a place of love and empathy and truth and bittul and humility and dvekus. And yes, the Eibishter wird helfen. I'll be able to help him be megala his nefesh elikis, his chelik elikamim al mamash. And we'll be able to find healing together. It's not I'll heal you. We'll find healing together. So now you want to know what you have to go 10 years to school. So you have to. That's Seder. Das ist darf machen akeli. Huh? It's zwei din. Darf machen akeli. But that's what the Rebbe Manash says. I like Rebbe Avraham Araifa. You'd give him this harachim. So I once told over the story, I had to once introduce a doctor for a dinner. It was a big doctor. They were honoring him. So they asked me to introduce him. I knew him, so I introduced him. So I said, the Gemara says in Kiddushin, Toiv sheberoifim legehenim. All good doctors belong in Gehenna. So they got very upset. They're here to honor a doctor, and I'm saying Toiv sheberoifim legehenim. So I said, relax. The Chassidus Shetayich, Toiv sheberoifim is a roife who only believes in Toiv. Toiv is 17. He only believes in 17 brachas of Shmoneh Esrei. Rifa'enu Hashem, he doesn't believe in, because I do the healing. So that roife goes legehenim. So I said, the doctor that we're healing today, if you ever realized, he rolls up his beard. But I once saw him somewhere else, and he had a very long beard. And if you ever realize, you come into his office and you tell him what your problem, he starts caressing his beard. I said, the real reason is because he wants to be mamshech to give him this harachim. So that's not Toiv sheberoifim. That's a roif who believes in the 18 brachas of Shmoneh Esrei. Okay, so everybody got excited and they introduced him. So he gets up and he said something I'll never forget. He said, Rabbi Jacobson, I'll tell you the real pshat Toiv sheberoifim legehenna. A good doctor is in Gehenna. You know why? Because if he's a good doctor, he's not detached. He empathizes with his patients. He doesn't go to the Gehenna in next world. He goes to Gehenna in this world. Because he feels what his patients are experiencing. So that's Toiv sheberoifim legehenna. So Toiv shebetherapists.
Good therapist as well.
But that's the chiddush. How do you go to Gehenna? You go to Gehenna in two ways. You can go to Gehenna, you become part of the problem. Or you go to Gehenna, like the story, the anecdote of the Tolner Rebbe. The Tolner Rebbe Shlita once gave an anecdote. He said, what's the difference between a Breslev chassid and a Lubavitcher chassid? So he said, Reb Nachman wanted everybody to have long payas. So in case he has to schlep them out from dark places, he'll be able to schlep them out by the payas. So there was once a Breslev. After 120, he came to heaven. They said, you were a Breslev chassid the way you were supposed to be? He says, I tried. Uman every Rosh Hashanah, he says, lav dafke. Tikkun HaKlali, Tikkun HaPrati, lav dafke. He's boided every day, lav dafke. Go to Gehenna. So he goes to Gehenna, it gets hot. And like a good Breslev, he starts screaming. If you ever hear in Tzfas 3 o'clock in the morning, he's boided us. He starts screaming, Tate, Abu, Rebbe. Reb Nachman hears a yid screaming. He runs into Gehenna. Hospayas, yeah. Takes the payas, schleps him out. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Matir Asura. The Tolner Rebbe said, then a Chabadske chassid comes to heaven after 120. They say, you are a Chabadske chassid the way you're supposed to be? He says, the way I was supposed to be, I tried. You learned Nigla, you learned Gemara, you learned Halacha the way the Alter Rebbe wanted? Not really. Chassidus, you learned like the Alter Rebbe wanted? Not really. Avos Yisrael, you had like the Rebbe wanted? Not really. Go to hell. No, he comes to Gehenna, it gets hot, and he starts screaming. He starts screaming, Rebbe, Rebbe. The Talmud Rebbe says, the Lubavitcher Rebbe hears a yid screaming. He's not going to respond. His whole life he responded. So he runs in to see, and he says, Rebbe, get me out of here. So the Lubavitcher Rebbe sees him, he goes over to him. He puts his hand in his bosom, takes out $1, gives him the $, says, Hatzloche Rabbi in your shlichus here. You should have lots of success in your mission here. Yeah. But it's funny, but there's also a deep message that the Talmud Rebbe was saying. And the truth is, it's one of the Yesodis of the Rebbe. It's really one of the Yesodis of Chassidus, but the Rebbe articulated it in a very, very clear way throughout his life. And that is, a person never ends up somewhere. You were sent somewhere. The Musag Shlichus is a musig that was, the Rebbe was coined it and made it into a world view, but it's essential. It's essential the nekuda what Yosef HaTzadik tells his brothers in Vayigash. Ki lemichya shlochani elakim lefneichem. You didn't end up somewhere by mistake, because your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your teacher, your principal, they may be pirei adam, and they may be mechuyev malchus, and maybe even more. Every person has to do tshuva. Every person has to do tshuva. But you are not a victim of another pera adam. You're not a victim of another pera adam. You were sent. You say, why was I sent there? So the real answer is because when you face adversity in the eyes, when you face it in the eyes, when you're not scared of the Malach HaMavis, when you say, my soul is bigger than you and stronger than you, I'm not scared of the Malach HaMavis, and you face adversity in the eyes, and you emerge triumphant, you're going to be able to bring healing to the world that is unprecedented. So you say, why did I have to go through this? I don't know. It's a good kasha. Put it into the list of questions that we spoke about before and deposit it to the creator of the world. So it's another kasha you have, a good kasha. I don't know. I also don't know why I live today, why somebody else lived 100 years ago, why what happens. I don't know. And I don't know why this and this happened to me or to happen to another person. What I do know is how I react to it. Am I a victim or am I a shliach? If I'm a victim, I'm miserable. If I'm a shliach, I'm empowered. It doesn't mean there's no pain. Gehenna is a painful place. There's a Chassidish word. It says in Pirkei Avos, "Az panim legehenim uboishes panim leganeden." Means a chutzpinyak, a chutzpah guy they sent to Gehenna, and somebody who's boishes panim, somebody who's shy and edel, they sent him to Gan Eden. The Chassidim Taichazai, "Az panim." If you have chutzpah, if you have strength, then you could go on a shlichus legehenim. Boishes panim, those who are embarrassed, they have to stay in Gan Eden. They have to stay in Gan Eden. They have to stay in nice places with air condition. As panim, you have toikef. You sin. The reason you were sent into Gehenna is because you're an az, because you have ois. Ois v'chedv b'mkaimai. That's why you were sent there. Who were going to send to Gehenna? A weak, spineless person? You. Not only that, the reason you were affected so badly is because of your greatness. If you wouldn't have been such a sensitive child, if you wouldn't have been such a loving child, you wouldn't have experienced betrayal the way you experienced it. It's because you're such a powerful neshama that you had what you had. Don't you realize? So now take that power and transform it. Transform your darkness. It's your power that caused it. If you would have been a tough, cruel, selfish, rough person, you wouldn't have experienced this type of abuse. You're sensitive, you're sweet, you're full of love. That's why it happened to you. You trusted. You trust. You're a man of trust. You're a soul of redemption. That's why it happened to you. Don't you realize? It's the greatness. Al tigoi b'mashiachai elu tinaykus shabes rabban. You're a stickle Mashiach. So now realize that. Once you identify your strength, this dirt, doesn't belong to you. It's the abuser's dirt. It has nothing to do with you. Was hat es damit mehr? You're completely above it. It doesn't even pass for you to talk about it. You tell me, pastors, 40 years I'm suffering, 50 years I'm suffering, 60 years. You're suffering, but it's a pastor nish bechal to talk about. You're too good, you're too pure, you're too holy. This is dirt, this is filth. Talmid Chacham shenimtzer revav al bigda. It's not shaykh to you bechal. You're not a dirty person, you're a clean person. The tragedy is you internalized it. You thought you were the dirty person. So now you need healing. But once you're going to be a little healing, you'll see the truth. Nothing to do. Go do. Lehevel v'larik. There's a minig by some. Lehevel v'larik. They spit. Why? Because sometimes you have to out of my system. You have nothing with me. You have nothing with me. Don't even get close to me. I'm done. That's what forgiveness means. Forgiveness doesn't mean you're a weak shmata. Forgiveness means you're not going to control my life for even one more minute. You're done. We're done. The Eloi control, you're not controlling my life. The lack of forgiveness means you're still controlling my life. You're still ruining me. So how can I forgive you? Forgiveness means I'm done with you. You control nothing. Sarisim elikim ve'manoshim vatuchal. You were sent to Gehenna because you're infinitely strong. That's the issue. Now, for 40 years you didn't realize that. For 40 years you thought you were guilty. For 30, 40, 50 years you thought you are Gehenna. So now you know the truth. Now that you know the truth, that you were sent there in order to take out all the sparks and to put it on fire and send the Gehenna to Gehenna. Boom! Out of my system. It says in Tanya Perek Yud Beis, what's the lashon? V'lachen k'sha'oila Mendel Perek Yud Beis. He's not going to show off so much yeshus in one night. Trust me. Now, the Rebbe says there's sometimes oila me'alev l'moyach. Sometimes from the heart comes up a thought, kina, sinna, tina, grudges, resentment, hatred, negativity. So the Rebbe says, doicheyu b'shtei yadayim. What's doicheyu b'shtei yadayim? People think doicheyu b'shtei yadayim means repression. It doesn't mean repression. It's a very deliberate, conscious choice. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not going to accept you. You're not going to run my life. I'm not living not in jealousy and not in hatred and not resentment. I'm not so small that you're mishagas and not going to control me. Atkan. It's not repression. It's conscious deliberation. Who am I and who I'm not? It's not who I am. It's inside of me. Yeah, a person has parts. We don't have a mono brain. We don't have mono brain. We have a lot of parts. Kiyadua. Nefesh Elikis, Nefesh Bahamas, Nefesh Achiyunis, Nefesh Ativis. There's a lot of different parts. So when a person realizes this, so we say, Azoi, Toiv Sheberoifim Legehenim. The best of therapists is the one who knows how to go in with the person with empathy, but they don't go in as a victim. They go in as a shliach. When you go in as a shliach, so shliach in halacha, shliach oisa shliach. So the therapist could make the patient also a shliach. Shliach oisa shliach. But it's only if I go in myself. If I stay on top, I'm in Gan Eden, means you're boishas panim. Go get another job. I saw a letter that Rebbe once wrote to somebody, a therapist. He lived in Israel, I think in Tzfas. Apparently he wrote a very scathing letter to the Rebbe about somebody, very negative. So the Rebbe wrote to him, and this was really not the style of the Rebbe, so obviously there was something very real that he felt. He said, judging on your letter, what you wrote about a person you never met, you know nothing about him, you never even discussed it with him, and yet you reach these conclusions, being a therapist is not the job for you. Not only that, you should not be dealing with living people, and you shouldn't even be dealing with living animals. Your lack of sensitivity is not fear even for the animals. You should get a job in things that are lifeless. For example, he says, you can either do farming or deal with rocks or become a librarian. That's what he says. It's a fascinating letter. As I never saw such a letter from the Lubavitcher Rebbe. It's not, his letters are usually so encouraging and uplifting. You have the koiches. But apparently it was so fascinating. He said, you write that you're a therapist and it's really a dangerous job for you. Because the Rebbe understood such a person projects all his toxicity on the patient. You have therapists who are really not worked out people. So they may have a churban in their shalom bias. So they start convincing their patients that their marriages are falling apart because their marriage is falling apart. You also have therapists that don't have any real relationships and they like the patient. So they want to be close to the patient. So they make sure to isolate the patient from everyone else in the world so they become their God. It's churbanus what happens. And nobody knows it because it happens behind closed doors. The patient is vulnerable. And that's why these types of jobs, you have to be so authentic. You have to work on yourself so much. You have to be such a real person because you're dealing with souls that are vulnerable. You have to have boundaries. You have to completely know when your bias is mixing in. You have to have tremendous bittul. And you have to know the most important thing, that people are not textbooks. You don't put a person into a textbook. because I need to have a diagnosis. I don't need a diagnosis. The most important thing to know is I don't know. I'm open. I'm going to listen. I want to tune in. I want to be empathetic. I want to connect to you. That's the story of the Mittel Rebbe. Yeah. Yeah. How do we get into Gehenna? Why am I talking about Gehenna? Ich hab vergessen. Oh, a good doctor. A good doctor. So a good doctor, yeah. So every person in their own life has to know where I am was not a mistake. I was sent. And I was sent to have a shlichus there. When I'm in a place of gratitude, I could fulfill my shlichus there. Because when I'm in a place of gratitude, I know that I'm here, it's not by mistake. And right now, Hashem chose me to be in this position, to be able to be a source of light and inspiration. The moment I go in to making other people's cheshbonos, what they think about me, what I think of them, they're good, they're not good, they should be good, you're disappointing me, you should be like this, you should be like that. What happens is I'm disconnected from my own power, so I can't even be there for them anymore. L'chaim, Hashem should give us all the courage and the confidence. Lilmoid, l'lamed, lishmar v'lasas. L'kayim es kol divrei salma teresecha ba'ava, v'yachid l'vaveinu la'ava l'yireh shmecha, v'loi nevosh, v'loi nikolim, v'loi nikosha lo'ilam vod. We shouldn't be embarrassed for eternity. Asks the Alter Rebbe in Likutei Torah, I think Parshas Acharei Mos. You shouldn't be embarrassed for eternity? Why should you be embarrassed for eternity? So the Alter Rebbe says, Azoi, lo'ilam vod, for eternity means there's going to be soon a time that Sovev Kalalman is going to be revealed in the world. And then you shouldn't be embarrassed. Will I be able to face Sovev Kalalman and not be embarrassed? The only way, what's the embarrassment? It's not that I stole money from you. Huh? Toiflachs is Bashem. I shouldn't be embarrassed when in simple English, when you face God, you shouldn't have to be embarrassed. That's a very deep prayer. Because it means when you face real truth, when you look in the mirror for real, when you look in the mirror without all the clippers, I shouldn't be embarrassed. I should be able to say Hineni. The only way we can do that is if you learn Chassidus. But not enough to learn. Internalize it. Viscerally. Dama Basa Kipsada. The Tzemach Tzedek once said about his father-in-law, the Mittel Rebbe, the son of the Balatanya, that if they would cut his finger, what nicht gerunnen Blut, what gerunnen Chassidus. They would cut the Mittel Rebbe's finger, instead of blood, Chassidus would come out. So I once heard from the Rebbe of Farbrengen, Shabbos Vayetze, Tes Kislev, the yard said of the birth of the Mittel Rebbe, Erev Yud Kislev, his Chagul, he said, what's Pshat? It looks like a Malitza. So Tzedek said he was so into Chassidus that if he cut his finger, blood wouldn't come out, Chassidus would come out. Then he said, no, he meant it Kipshute. Why? What is Chassidus? Chassidus is not ideas, Chassidus is not words, Chassidus is Leben. Ki Adamu HaNefesh. It's not that blood wouldn't come out. Blood would come out, but what was the definition of blood? The definition of blood was Chassidus. Chassidus is not a Pshat Torah. It's life. It's living life. It's being in touch with the oxygen of existence. The blood is going to be Chassidus. Not, instead of blood, it'll be blood. But what is blood? Adamu HaNefesh. That's what's Pshat. It becomes the person's life. Ur v'chayis nafshenu niten lanu. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Somebody sent it to me. The answer to the therapist. Somebody sent it a few months ago. Hashem chawo asisi awalei v'isha. Hashem asisi awalei v'isha le'elam b'cha Hashem chasisi Shalei Elam B'cha Hashem Chasis Alevei Shalei Elam Hashem Chasisi
הלוואי שלי אילם בך השם חסיסי הלוואי שלי אילם בך השם חסיסי הלוואי שלי אילם בך השם חסיסי הלוואי שלי אילם la 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 la, ay da la 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 la, ay 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 ay, ay da la la ya ya ya, ay da la la ya ya ya, ay da la la ya ya. Becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei elam. 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 Hey, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la. Hey, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la. Becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei elam. 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 I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la. Hey, yam bam bam bam, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la. Becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei elam. 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 Hey, I did it la. I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la. Hey, ay 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 ay, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la. Hey, becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei elam. Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei elam. Becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei elam. Becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei. Hey, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la. Hey, bam bam bam, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la, I did it la 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 la. Hey, becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei elam. Becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei elam. Becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei elam. Becha Hashem chasisi, alevei shalei. Hey, yam bam bam, I did it bam bam, I'm did it bam 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 bam, I'm did it bam 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 bam. Hey, becha Hashem chasisi.
Hashem Osisi
Levei Shalei Eilam Becha
Hashem Osisi Levei Shalei Eilam
Becha Hashem
Levei Shalei Eilam
Hey, ya 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 ya, I did it, ya 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 ya, I did it, ya 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 ya, I did it, ya 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 ya. Becha Hashem
Osisi
Levei Shalei Eilam
Hashem Osisi
Levei Shalei Eilam Becha
Hashem Osisi
Levei Shalei Eilam Becha Hashem Levei Shalei Eilam I did it, ya 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 ya, I did it, ya 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 ya, I did it, ya 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 ya. Hey, ya 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 ya, I did it, bum, I'm did it, bum, I'm did it, bum 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 bum. Becha Hashem
Osisi Levei Shalei Eilam
Becha Hashem
Osisi Levei Shalei Eilam
Becha
Hashem Osisi
Levei
Shalei Eilam
Becha Hashem Levei Shalei Eilam. Hey, I did it, la 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 la, I did it, la 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 la, I did it, la 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 la. Hi, hey, yam bam bam bam, I'm did it, bam 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 bam. I'm did it, bam 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 bam. Hey, Becha Hashem
Osisi
Levei
Shalei Eilam
Becha Hashem
Osisi
Levei Shalei Eilam Becha Hashem
Osisi
Levei Shalei Eilam Becha Hashem
Osisi
Levei Shalei
Eilam Hashem Osisi
Eilam bam bam bam
Levei Shalei
bam 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 bam. Hey, hey, la 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 la, hey, la 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 la, hey, la 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 la. Ay 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 ay, hey, la 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 la, hey, la 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 la, hey, la 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 la.